Welcome, welcome now. Yellow chick. Welcome, welcome. Now it's time to show. Step on up to the yellow brick road. Queens unite to let the whole world know. Yellow chicks here and we run this show. Welcome to the yellow brick road. Pro black women strong, watch us glow. Let's go. Educated black women lead the way. Embarrassing men in the funniest way. Cooking goofies every day, yeah, we serve that heat. Coming cousins in the chat, they can't be beat. The family is here, yeah, we deep, no doubt. When we speak, every goofy getting called out. Social issues discussed, we don't sugarcoat. It's that real black girl magic, better take note. Clap back season, keep receipts in hand. Queens hold the mic, we control this land. Welcome to the yellow brick road. All black women strong, watch us glow. Let's go. We laugh, we shine, we call it out every day. Embarrassing men.
Good morning, Rita.
Voices rise, we won't be denied. On this yellow brick road, we walk with pride. Sisters united, the crown won't slip.
Hey,
This is
villain.
Yellow Chick, let's take the trip. Coming cousins putting in work non-stop. Every goofy on the grill better flip, better drop.
Let's bring
Keeps
the
gonna
crash
drop
down
you if
count
you
back
act
down to
up.
zero.
If go mid, we the type to win
how
the
we
room,
do. We
no
have 4
regrets. Best
yesterday.
moderators
4.
on the app gonna keep shit in line.
Rita, I'm playing your video today.
I'm
about to play your video today. Oh, let's see how it goes. We're gonna break some hearts today. Break some people's hearts today. To the yellow brick road. Yes, Rita, I got it, baby. Hey, too. What's up, Linda? Oh, we got somebody named Testosterone. Testosterone, hang out. Testosterone, are you a black man?
Welcome, welcome, now you know. This is life on the
Yellow brick road.
Yellow brick road. Yellow brick road. Yellow brick road. Yellow chick. Yeah. Yellow brick road. Yellow chick. Yellow brick road. Yellow
Brick road. Thank you, Joyful. Me too. I love this shit. Thank you very much. All right, welcome to the show. All right, so listen, this is how we're going to do the show. Do y'all remember last week sometime we were talking about black men? We was talking about these men that love to say we put them out the house, and we had a whole argument about it. Yes, Yellow Chick got an intro. Welcome to the Yellow Brick Road. Yes, cuss a hoe out. You remember we were talking about us putting these men out the house for not paying bills and all of these things. The same shit that we put them out the house for now. Let's be honest. It's the same shit we put them out the house for now. Not being able to be providers while yelling through the streets that you're the leader of something. Right? And then I'm no expert. Somebody let me share the live to I'm no expert. Let me share the live to I'm no expert. We got some people we need to share this live to. Y'all get to sharing the live. The real shares. Let me share it to J-Ease. J-Ease loves shit like this. Let the ladies know, the men know, our regular people, Grips, Mo Better. Let me tell Mo Better. It's kind of early for Mo Better. Mo Better is 6:49 for her. KGR. You know what I'm saying? Like all our regular people, let's get them in here. Let's let them know. Ray Bay, Therese, James, Drink Lady. You know what I'm saying? They drink spit. You know what I'm saying? Let everybody know we're here. We're here. Okay, let everybody know we're here. Okay. So Real A says if they felt they were being disadvantaged by the system, they should have made different choices. There's that. And yes, that very, very, very much that. But in ways that you guys didn't even realize. Sorry, y'all. Let me sweep out this room a little bit. Because these puppies. Y'all ever sweep and you put something in the corner and you're like, all right, I'm going to go get the dustpan later? I did that, but then all the puppies ran into the corner. So I was like, all right, let me sweep it to outside the room and then I'll go get it from there. All right, anyhow. So we were talking about not putting the men out the house. Sorry, y'all. Distracted. ADHD brain. So, and we were arguing, well, if y'all had made money, we wouldn't to put you out, da-da-da-da. If you'd kept the job, we wouldn't to put you out. If you were married, we wouldn't to put you out. And then I'm No Expert came in with the banger, right? I'm No Expert came in with the banger, and she was like, wait a minute. Hold the train, okay? Hold the train. The niggas never had to leave the house at all. Welfare had a training program for these men to not have to leave the house. Ladies, we have been allowing these men to yell at us from the depths of their soul, from the bottom of their colon. They reach all the way down to their colon and pull it up and yell out to us that we put them out the house. But they never had to leave the house. They could have just went to training. So this is what I'm going to do. It's really just us here at this time. All right? I'm No Expert sent us the video. So we're going to play I'm No Expert's little video clip. I want y'all to pay attention. Then we're going to play the clip from Rita. Rita is amazing. Mwah. If you don't have Rita in your life, you're missing out. Rita went down a further rabbit hole with a bigger clip. Right? Went down the thing with a bigger clip. And we're going to find out where this rabbit hole ends. Because Rita did the rabbit hole. I just, at the surface, just a little. Right? But Rita, you know what I'm saying? And listen, the shit that she uncovered. What she uncovered. So let's start with I'm No Expert's thing. Let me pull her shit up first. I'm going to pull hers up first. Because this is how it started. Yo, if y'all don't have a Rita in your life, I don't know what to say about it. I don't know
So I
what
want
to
to
say.
talk about something, but
With you guys. All right, so let me do that. I'm No Expert. I'll pull hers up. Now, I did share to her. Let me text her again. I'm going to text her, girl, we talking about us not putting men out the house on live, starting with your video. All right. Listen, I have some labor for you guys, all right? We need to make I'm No Expert's video go viral, okay? We need this shit viral. Because as of right now, this video only has 1,022 likes. Can y'all see that? It only has 1,000 likes. I mean, views. Not the likes, the views. It ain't got that on likes. I need y'all to get working on this, okay? I need y'all to get working on getting some views onto this video. Now, this is I'm No Expert's profile, all right? Screenshot, everybody. Screenshot. Let me pull it down a little bit so you get a good one. Screenshot, everybody. Screenshot. This is I'm No Expert's profile, all right? I know I'm putting y'all to work early in the morning. The one you need is her very first video. You see that one? Let me move it over so y'all can see it real good. This one, the very first pinned video. That one. I need y'all. I don't even care if you run over there real quick. Let's even give you guys a minute. Run over there real quick. All right? I need everybody liking this video, commenting the video, favoriting the video, sharing the video. We have got to put a stop to this bullshit of them telling us that we put them out the house when the truth of the matter is we did not put them out the house. They had other options and they chose everything except for work. They chose everything except for work. I'm No Expert has uncovered the proof and the truth. Now, some of y'all were here when she was here, and she was like, come on, play this thing. And I ended up taking so long to play it that she wasn't here. She didn't get to see you guys react and enjoy. All right? We're going to play it again today. Then we're going to talk about it. Right? And then we're going to play the video. We're going to play the video that Rita brought us. Okay? Rita, I didn't get a chance to finish the video from you. It ends with the 60% were women, right? In this video, I'm presuming. All right, y'all. Let's get it started. Because I want everybody to be well equipped. Because I know a lot of y'all go fighting in the TikTok streets. That's why also you need to have this video saved. You need to have this video that I'm No Expert has here in your favorites. So you can paratow on a motherfucker at any moment when you're out here in the TikTok streets. But let's get it playing. Let's get it playing.
The Missouri Welfare Department, in an effort to help stabilize the destitute family, and at the same time keep the man in the home, has instituted what is called a work experience program. It is designed to put dignity back into the unemployed father by either training or retraining him to be a productive member in today's labor force.
Let me pause that right there. Did y'all hear that? There was a retraining program, training or retraining program, right? In order to put the productive black male back into the workforce. Okay? Why were we dealing with them getting put out the house to begin with? Because these motherfuckers didn't have jobs and they couldn't pay the rent themselves. If these men could pay the rent themselves, they would have never got put out the house because their name would have been on the lease. Now, if you want to talk about this as we go through it, come on and jump in the queue. That's fine. All right. Either way, we're going to keep it going. We're going to keep it pushing. All right. Moderators, if you see anybody jump in the queue that's a friendly or not a friendly, as a matter of fact, as long as it's not an angry YT person, they can come on up. Okay. Oh, all right. So let's keep it pushing, y'all. Let's keep it pushing as we go through and we learn about these motherfuckers lying on us.
How'd you find out about the work experience program?
Well, I found out about when I ran out of unemployment checks, and I knew the hustle wasn't no good. I know that, after a while, I just gave up on it. I went over to...
All right, when that man says, I knew the hustle wasn't no good, he's either talking about one or two things. He's either talking about selling that stuff outside because capital H was available at that time. He-Ra-In, right? He-Ra-In. I hope y'all can figure that out. He-Ra-In was out. The other thing he could have been talking about was, no, he said, I knew the hustle wasn't no good. So he ran out of unemployment checks. Let me run it back a little bit. This wasn't
no good. I know that,
let me run it back.
Experience program.
Well, I found out about when I ran out of unemployment checks.
Right. So he says, when I ran out of unemployment checks, like we need a closed caption for this mumbling motherfucker, but whatever. When I ran out of unemployment checks,
I knew the hustle wasn't no good. I know that.
I knew the hustle wasn't no good.
After a while, I just gave up on it. I went over to the welfare office to ask them for something, because we wanted to try.
I went on down to him. I went on down to the welfare office, right? So he goes on down to the welfare office.
Yeah, we didn't want to do nothing real sneaky, like let her get on ABC. I'll leave.
Okay, he said we didn't want to do anything sneaky. Like get her on, what is it, ADC? Whatever it is, that's the program that turns into Section 8 later, right? Having her go on ADC meant that he would pretend he doesn't live in the house. That's when he says, I didn't want to do anything real sneaky. Let's go on.
Home and she'll tell the people that I deserted them. She has to go through this to get on ADC.
Right.
we didn't want to do that, you know. And we went over there and found out about the work experience over at the welfare office.
And what are you doing now in the work experience program? What are you learning how to do?
Well, I'm going to be a welder.
Looking forward to the future?
Yeah.
Families together?
AFDC, thank you.
Not selling anymore?
No, we get we get along pretty good now.
The stability of the Negro family, just as the white family, depends upon the stability of the man. If he is to head his home, he must have a job. If he cannot conform to the social norm, if he cannot meet his financial obligations, if he cannot react out of a sense of being responsible, then he loses respect for himself, his family loses respect for him, and finally, every semblance of family disintegrates as he helplessly.
All right, y'all. So let's talk about it. Let's talk about it. Because let me tell you what's the first thing that I learned from this. And then we're going to go on to Jordan's mom, and we'll go on to anybody else that likes to come up here to discuss this morning. All right? Somebody's asking how you can get the clip. You're going to get the clip from going over to I'm No Expert's profile. It is her first pinned video. Let me put her profile back up here again. All right? This is her. This is I'm No Expert. Okay? This is I'm No Expert. All right? It's I am no expert. This JUS, but if you just put I'm no expert, that part right there, I'm no expert, you'll get her you'll find it, and it's the first clip, right? Okay. Let's get back to it. What I learned from this video is that the white man did not, in fact, want to put the black man out the house. What he, in fact, wanted was for the black man to get a job and take care of his own goddamn family the way the white man was. What I get from this is the white man, the government, did not want to put the black man out the house. He just took better care of your wife and children, your woman and children, because it wasn't wife, your woman and children than you did. Now, Jordan's mom, what struck you about this video? You tell me what you got from it.
He knew the hustle wasn't no good, so he gave it up. What struck me is that we never hear men talk about, and I don't know that we mention how dangerous it is to your family that they're out in the street doing the things that they do, because that brings the street to your front door. That's the first thing. The second thing is, I feel like the white man wanted you to take care of your kids.
Hold on one second. It's an audio issue. Hold on one second. I know and that's my fault because I was tinkering with it because I wanted it to go in my headphones and I dropped it completely. All right, say your thing.
Okay.
There we go.
Okay. So let me start again. I think that what I uncovered is that the white man not only wanted you to take care of your family, I think that he offered the program, sponsored it so you could take care of your kids. I think he had compassion for your kids. One thing I can say about white men, no matter how they feel about their women, they seem to care about their children and the future of their children. And I think that that's what they want to impart to black men. You have to be present. You have to be engaged. Let us help you get a skill so you can take care of them and be a part of their lives. I think that's the part that we be missing. We have been saying for a very long time that all of these are lies. And a lot of these lies are born in those of the woman who bore your children, and nobody doesn't mind, having programs to help you. That's what I get. The other thing is, uh, he said we didn't want to do anything slick. How much you want to bet that he was with a smart woman and she said, do this the right way or they're going to throw you out? How much you want to bet? Because he don't strike me as somebody who's ethical or who's that bright.
Mm-mm-mm-mm-mm. Miramel, welcome up.
Hey, good morning, y'all. How you doing?
You don't know how happy it makes me to see you when I see you on panel. Hey, too, as well. There is a joy for me when I know that at the beginnings I used to harass somebody to come up and talk, or you started out in the sub onlys. Like, I don't really talk on panels. Okay, I'll come up because it's sub only. And next thing I know, here you are flashing out in the streets. Like, let me tell y'all what I think. Let me tell you know what I'm saying. Do you know what I'm talking
I
about?
do.
It makes
Yes.
me
I used to be asking,
so
is it okay if I say? Is it okay if I just?
it makes me so happy when I see the very same ladies that used to be like, I don't really talk on panels. Oh, I came up by accident. You know what I mean? And then, especially the ones that start out in the sub only ones, right? Because y'all know I do the sub only ones, and I'm like,
Mhm.
it's just y'all. Comment cousins, come on up. Next thing I know, comment cousins is panel sisters.
Well, you have been starting my days off for some, I'm relatively new compared to most people around here, but you've been starting my days off for some months now, and I love it here. I love it here. It is such a positive energy. It's an energy of enlightenment. It's an energy of empowerment, and every woman in your space, whether I agree disagree with their takes, are intelligent, and it's coming from a place of love, and I value that, and I think that we should all be protectors. I think that we do. So it's not like I'm saying, oh, I've seen this and people need to do better, but no, I protect this space because it's a space that's safe for all of us. So thank you. But I'm gonna be real quick because I'm dropping the baby off at daycare, and then I'm gonna go back mute. So what I feel like I'm realizing from this video, and the fact that this information has been hidden and morphed into something else, which is that we put them at the house, is that they are mad. They are mad. They think the government gave us free money through housing vouchers, through food stamps, and all they gave them was work. They gave them school and they gave them work, and they gave us free money, and they're mad about it. They feel like we get to go home and sit down on our butts and do whatever we want and chill at the house, and they got to get up and go outside and work. Meanwhile, that's what they say they're supposed to do. Y'all supposed to be at work. Y'all are supposed to be taking care of your families and providing for your families and making a way for the future of your family. And you're mad. You're mad that you didn't get the free money, quote unquote free money, because it really wasn't. But I really feel like that's the root of it. They think they're the guys, and they're mad that they have to work for their livelihoods, and they feel like we didn't have to.
I can agree with that. They want to be bad bitches so bad. And I say that all the time. Every single time it's appropriate for me to say it. I say, these men want to be bad bitches so bad. Ooh. All right. Coy, Nicole, the floor is yours, dear.
Thank you, beautifuls. Blessed rising. Thank you for having me up.
Thank you for coming.
I actually was kind of strolling on TikTok, and I thought this was a video, but it was actually a live. I was like, oh my gosh, she's talking and pausing. So that was awesome. So, and I love this conversation because before, like, even as the person was speaking, like you were saying before, that people really don't have the mean heart. I think that a lot of times they don't want to take care, they don't want bad citizens. So there is actually a study that shows that if you put money into a home, it will make better citizens of the children. So, not necessarily if you have two parents. And so, when you have that type of, statistics, then one of the things that they did was put money in a home. And that's kind of where the welfare thing came to create some type of stable environment with an intact parent so that things could be better for for everybody. But it seemed like as I was looking at that picture, I see that same picture, the end clip of men right now, just maybe lazy, don't want to do, trying to find the easy way out, how not to be totally responsible. Because what we have to realize is that for that program wasn't in every city, and it was only for probably about 6 or 7 years in the 60s. So it's not something that happened to everybody. And moreover, there was a lot of men who really took care of their families, who was in a home with their children, and that's really not the Black narrative of that time. And also, as the young lady was saying, that if you married the woman, you were actually able to be put in programs like welding and things like that. But if you did not, like the word was used, make her an honest woman, then you were to be away from the house, away from her, so that she can be productive and the children can be raised better. So I just think that, and I think someone was saying about men, like now, I think that they're just always trying to bring up some kind of new manipulative excuse to blame a woman when the whole thing is just finding reasons not to be responsible for their children, their actions, just a lot of things. And it's just like really sad sometimes. So that's what I had to say.
Thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm going to add that up there. I think adding that up there is going to do a little thing too. Exposed. We exposing these niggas on their bullshit.
Yellow, I don't know if you all remember, but years ago, the government had a program called JTPA. Does anybody remember that? Where they would send kids to summer jobs and pay them during the summer? That was everywhere. Did you also know that JTPA had a program for men where they would train them to do things like flooring, um, what was it, flooring and carpentry, welding, barber school, and JTPA paid for it?
Hmm. I didn't know that.
Yes. They remember what was Job
But
Corps for?
one second. Rita says it's called workplace development now.
Okay. And we also had Job Corps up until this year? Job Corps was for boys who got into trouble up until the age of 24, where they went and they learned trades at a residential living facility. My only point is this: the lies that have been told, they try to make it seem as though somehow the women were betraying them because you took a handout. Most of the times, these programs that were put into place were put into place because the standard of living and the housing arrangement of the family was detrimental to the children. Like in places like Alabama, they didn't want kids living in houses that didn't have running water or a bathroom. So they built government housing to get the children out of that, type of environment. But the regulation is families can live here, married families. You can't just send your family someplace because it's better for them, and then you toil along even though you're not the husband. And you can't just move in. Once they get her someplace stable, you can't just move in and reside there. You have to make them an honest family and marry them. Isn't it the right and decent thing to do? But that's the part that they leave out. They also leave out all of these programs were there for them. Did you all also know that in the state of Georgia, when they got the lottery is just for education? One of the hallmarks is men can go to technical school for free. Did y'all know that? Way before technical school became free altogether. In fact, the way that technical school became free for everybody was the men would not go to school and use the program. And they kept rolling the money over and over and over. So they opened it up to everybody.
Can I add something?
Yeah, go right ahead and add something, and then let's check in with, I guess, Lemon that's here at the top. So we'll go to Koi, and then we'll go to Lemon.
Okay, I was just gonna add to what she's saying, which is so amazing. There is also something when it comes in the judicial system where a judge, if a man says that he will take custody of a child or even partial physical custody or shared physical custody, that he will more than likely be granted because it's something that does not happen very often in the system. So it's like they already know that they're not going to be responsible or they don't want to be responsible. That's all I had to add. Thank you.
Good morning, Lemon.
Morning.
Now, Lemon, are you a black man?
Yes.
All right. So we're discussing black women did not kick black men out the house. Black men did not want to work or learn. And yes, Jordan's mom, I put the glasses on purpose today. It was absolutely on purpose. I was like this. I was like, the gray ones or the black ones? Jordan, I love Jordan's mom so much. Let me tell you something. There is something about Jordan's mom and I that we feel love to each other through understanding unspoken communication. Unspoken communication is the language in which Jordan's mom and I love each other. It is through already knowing the things that make each other feel special. Sometimes it's, even though Jordan's mom knows that I don't want to drop the app, I'll just say, Jordan's mom, go ahead and do what you want to do. However you want to do it. And she'd be like, oh, you just knew I was there. You know what I mean? Like, it's the little things. I'm so sorry, Mr. Lemon. So you are, in fact, a black man. Where are you from?
New York,
What part?
Bronx.
Oh, yeah? Okay. So what are your thoughts on black women didn't kick black women out the house?
What? Who are you referring to here? I mean, there's different situations for different families.
Well, I'm referring to all of the black men that love to tell black women that black women kicked the black man out the house for welfare. So I am responding. Responding.
Oh, that okay. I know what you're talking about now. So give me your thoughts on this. I'll say something, and you probably already know about it.
I don't want to give you my thoughts, sir. I want to bring people up who want to share their thoughts with us. Good morning, Jeremy.
Good morning.
Were you tickled, Jordan's mom?
So
That's not a
I,
black man. That's a white man.
oh, it definitely is not a black man. Absolutely. Yeah,
That's a
just but
blackface. Not you in blackface, Lemon.
yeah, he's like, I'll say it because it keeps me up here in the club.
Let me
In
go
the
ahead and
club,
find him so
yeah,
we could
fam.
delete him. There he is.
they want proximity so bad.
So bad.
So bad.
Y'all, he
He,
followed and everything. Like he
yep,
planned on coming
he
back.
said in the club, we all fam.
Not us, sir. I don't like black men, but I ain't fucking with white men just to piss off black men either. Y'all got me twisted. All right. So Jeremy, what are you learning this morning? And today?
So one thing, and I'm glad that I went and I took a quick peek at that video. I wanted to hurry back because I wanted to kind of like hear where the conversation was going. But so I didn't look at it in its entirety, but I did take a quick peek at the video that you mentioned, just to kind of get some context.
Oh, we
And
watched it
so,
together over here.
yeah, I didn't catch it. That's the
It's
thing.
okay.
I came in afterwards,
Got
so
it.
that's why I took a quick peek after the fact. But essentially, what it did kind of help me to reinforce is that I knew that this was a lie that's been thrown around left and right, and so this kind of reaffirms the real context of what was really going on. So I do feel good about that. That this nonsense is we're finally getting that put away. um, but I did learn why a lot of the men are out. I did not know that part, so that was new for me. Is why the men were being sent away and stuff like that, and how once again we have full sprint away from our accountability and our responsibility. Um, marrying the women that we're with, being, fully committed to the families that we're making. Once again, we just are running so far from that accountability. It's just wild.
Somebody said, and if the prompt was true, what does it have to do with now? I don't know. What does it have to do with now that they keep telling us that we put them out the house?
I'll tell you what the prompt has to do with now. You have the same situation. Let's do a little test. How many people here in the comment section, how many people here on the panel can recall recently going to a supermarket to do your shopping and you notice a couple doing their shopping? The man is pushing the cart. He's not dressed the same as the woman. He looks a little scraggly. He doesn't talk. His head is bowed. The woman makes all the choices. She chooses everything. And if you happen to find yourself at the checkout next to them, you'll notice the woman also pays for everything. Because even back then, men lived in the home as a dependent of a woman. And now, today in 2025, many men are living again in the home as a dependent of a woman. They're nothing more than another child.
Listen, my son's girlfriend came and grabbed the puppies, but I was hearing you, and I agree that it is very, 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 very relevant to today. Well, she grabbed one of the puppies. It is very relevant to today. You know what, Tackwax, why don't you come on up? I'm a little confused about what you're saying in the comments, and maybe I am perceiving it wrong. I'd like to believe that that's what's happening, that I'm perceiving your comments wrong. Because again, this is a response. This is not, I didn't just start the conversation out of thin air. Like, you know what? In the 1960s, black men didn't want to work. No. I didn't start this out of nowhere. This conversation is happening because over and over and over, when I am having conversations about black women, about education, about us building as a community, about what to go from here, black men have repeatedly, and at this point, since I've been on this app since 2021, I would literally say hundreds of them. I would literally at this point now say hundreds of them, to me anecdotally specifically, have said, black women put black men out the house. But you black women, you ruined the community by putting black men out the house. You did it. You put the black men out the house in the 1960s, right? And I've been fighting this fight for 4 years. And now, for me, it is exposed that we did not, in fact, do that. And I feel like if I need to get that message out to every woman that is suffering that conversation. So
Okay,
welcome up, Tackwax. Please
good
do share
morning.
with
Thank you
us
for having me up.
yes.
Can
Please
you
do
hear
share.
me?
Yes, I can. Please do share with
Okay.
us your opinion.
Yes, I just wanted to say that I'm not saying that that's the truth as far as black women putting black men out of the house. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if it was true, why are they still using it as an excuse today? That's what I'm saying. I can't hear you. I can't hear you.
Because it's a way to blame women for their
Okay.
problems. It's a way to deflect from their own inadequacy. That's why.
That's what I meant, though. That's what I was
Yeah,
saying.
I'm so glad you came up because text Mrs. Tone. And when I read it, I thought you were saying, like, what does the prompt have to do with today? Like, why am I discussing that they
No,
did?
no.
So I was like, let me
No, I'm
bring you up
saying.
and bring Tone to the text because I was reading it wrong. That's why I didn't want to jump on and be like, ma'am, you know what I mean? So
Right,
thank
right.
you so much for coming up. I appreciate that quite some
Well,
a
thank you
bit.
for having me.
But if you wanted to add any more commentary, go ahead. Or if you just came up for the clarification, it's much
No, just for
appreciated.
clarification that I just want to know why is it still being spoken of? I mean, just say if. I mean, I'm a social worker actually. If it did happen, which it did not happen, absolutely did not happen. Why is it relevant today? Why are they still talking about it? That's all I want to know. And I'll land my plane right there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, we've got Donald up here. Welcome up, Donald. Donald, you can go ahead and unmute your phone. I can mute you, but I cannot unmute you. I'm going to send you an invitation to unmute yourself. All right, Donald, I'm going to just leave you right there, and the ladies and Jeremy will talk with each other until you're ready to join the conversation, I guess. Y'all, I'm just so happy to be putting this thing to rest completely. I'm done with it. Let's go ahead. So, Deja, we did play the first video. We played the video that came from I'm No Expert. Now, because we are so blessed to have a Rita, right? Rita went and saw the video from I'm No Expert and started digging further. And she found the full video. And we now have even more context for us to learn from. And we're going to. Rita is a national treasure. She's a national. He says, for some reason, I cannot unmute my mic. All right. So, Donald, I'm going to drop you and bring you right back up. So jump right back in the queue and bring you right back up and make it your turn as soon as you get back up. These you got 30 minutes more. You got about 24 minutes more in than I did on Rita's video. I was just already like, oh yeah, this is it. This is it. We finna get educated today. Okay, here comes Donald.
Can you hear me?
We can. Let me mute myself to make your audio better. Go ahead, Donald.
Hello.
Oh, Donald,
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can hear you now. Your signal's a little shaky, but go ahead.
Okay. I hope that I can explain this. I understand what you're saying, and you're just put this whole back and forth thing to rest. I understand that. The Heritage Foundation did a study some years ago, and they came up with this number. They said that the average woman with 2 children on welfare receives, we got to make sure you understand this, $44,000 in government benefits a year. But they said that is market value of the benefits she receives. If a person had 2 children who wasn't on welfare and they had to get the same insurance she gets, combined with, say, a Section 8 house or apartment, a person not on welfare with 2 children, what would they pay for that same house or apartment in the SNAP and the Medicaid, Medicare, all of that kind on the open market would cost $44,000 a year. Now you ask, how much would a woman have to make to spend $44,000 on those things? You say $60,000 a year? You take an 18, 19, 20-year-old young lady coming out of her mother's house and spending
Donald,
$44,000 worth of benefits.
Donald.
Yeah. Yes.
I heard you with the
Yes.
I heard you with the $44,000.
I'm sorry.
Okay. Now, what year are they claiming that $44,000 was the money? Because $44,000 in 2025 is very different than $40,000 in 1965. So that we're all on the same page.
Yes.
What year of $44,000 are they talking about?
I don't actually remember, but it wasn't 20 years ago. It was like within the last 10 years.
So, do you know what year we're talking about here
I
today?
No, ma'am. You're talking about here
1965.
today?
But today we're talking about issues of 1964 to 1967, or around there, the mid to late 1960s. That's when we're talking about.
Oh, okay. So we have to, even if the people here weren't born then, were you born then?
No, sir.
Because I was born in 1967. I have no memory of that time. Yes.
Mr. Donna, what we're
Yes.
not going to do is we're not going to take your word for anything. This is the
Okay, no
intellectual
problem.
space. So hold on, Papa. This is the intellectual space. So what you're going to do is, before we take your word for anything, you're going to have to give us the site. You're going to have to cite the article and the author so that we can do the research. You're not going to just come here and claim something, Papa, and
Honey,
we take it as fact.
Jordan's mom, he said it came from the Heritage Fund. Did you miss that part?
Listen, I heard it, but again,
Girl, I was like, the Heritage Fund. Listen, I wanted to take my glasses and go granny. Like,
listen, I wasn't gonna steal that from you because I know how much joy it gives you to make that correlation. So I know my place. I know my place. But again, sir, we need you to cite your source.
let me tell you that this is one time when you and I miscommunicated quietly in the most loving way. I purposely did not address the Heritage Fund and ask them about what year the 44 was, because I was bouncing the Heritage Fund to you. I was kicking it to you.
Diane, I don't want to do that. I thought you were gonna.
I was kicking it to you because I was like, Jordan's mom is going to enjoy. I want y'all to know that it's not. A lot of times I do catch certain things and I try not to take all of them because I know that the lovely ladies on the panel caught it too. So I don't want to take all of them, because if that's the case, I might as well do the live where it's just me up here, right? So I'll leave some of the food on the table. I was like, all right, I'm gonna eat a little corner of the steak over here, and I'm gonna leave. You know what I mean? There was ribs on the plate. I'm gonna leave the ribs over there for Jordan. I'm gonna leave. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Leave that alone. Okay, I was correcting the dog. Sorry about that.
So, sir, this conversation is very specifically talking about the argument that black men have that we kicked the black men out the house in the 60s.
Yes.
And that us kicking that black men out in the 60s, which is now 80 years ago. No, I'm sorry. 60 years ago. 60 years ago. 60 years ago, right? So 60s plus, right? So 60 to 2000 will make you 40, and then to 20 would make you whatever, but it's all 5, so you move it over 60 years ago. 60 years ago. And y'all, not y'all, but y'all are bitching that the position you stand in now is because of that. And my argument is, Go talk to your daddies and your pawpaws and ask them why they didn't take the training program option instead. Because if your
Okay.
daddies and your pawpaws had went and become welders, plumbers, roofers, carpenters, electricians, or any other training programs that were available to them, you wouldn't have been in the position that you're in now.
Can I respond?
Sure.
For clarification, I said the Heritage Foundation. That's first. But second of all,
Oh, you
what
were
you
clear.
just okay, so you just said basically if men had undergone training to be in a better financial position, okay? But you're kind of agreeing with the fact that they were kicked out of the house. You're just saying that if they
Sir,
would have
we
been in a
didn't.
better financial
No,
position.
when you are given a choice
Yes.
between either getting training or getting kicked, and you choose not training, you didn't get kicked, you left.
Wait a minute.
You had another choice, Donnie.
So what
The
if
other
we had
choice was to stay in the house. The other choice was to stay in the house and get your training, Donnie. Now, Donnie, were you here when we watched the video? Because if you weren't, we can watch it again. And it's a
that?
black man.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, tell me again, please,
Let's
please.
let's watch it again, Donnie. Let's watch it again. Because I feel like if
The Missouri Welfare.
let's
One
go
second
ahead.
before you play it. 1 second before you play it. I, because I feel like he's gonna get stuck in the shadow realm. Donald, can you mute
Hey,
yourself?
let the ladies do it, bro.
Donald.
He's
Hey,
a
Donald,
moderator here.
can
Okay.
you mute yourself, please? Because if we do it, I feel like we're gonna get stuck in a space where we cannot unmute you again. Can you
Yeah.
mute yourself?
Remember, that's what happened before.
And he dropped himself. Cool.
So,
Is that crash out number 1?
yes, so can I be petty? Can I
Yes.
be petty? So I already knew Mr. Donnie, he just got out. Y'all, I can catch. I swear, I can tell. They just got out. That's why they can't work their phone. They can't navigate the system or anything. He just got out.
So we're on crash out number 1. I'm so sad we didn't get to sing the song. I like when they do the full crash out and we sing the music. Oh my God, Jordan's mom, the crash outs yesterday were they were so good. They were so good yesterday. If y'all were here yesterday and you enjoyed the crash outs, throw the crash out sticker in there. I mean,
God.
they were.
I watched your videos. I saw.
They were
I watched your
chef's
videos.
kiss.
There was
Oh, they
4
were
of them.
chef's kiss. Yep.
And the one guy, he got to the end of the 5 minutes and he had more to go. We played a second song for him. We played the gospel song. I didn't even put that one up there. They were so good yesterday.
Please tell me you have clips.
I've put up 2 so far.
I adore you. Thank you.
You want to watch it? You want to watch?
We can go ahead and do this. I know we had a plan, so
We do have a plan. You know, I'm a little bit on the ADHD, just a little bit with it. So I do get like scroll. Okay.
Yeah, same. Shout out to all the neural spices out there.
What's up, Jun Jam?
What's up, Yellow?
How you doing? You miss me?
Yeah, I'm doing good.
So, do you want to speak to the prompt? You can.
Yeah, black women did not kick black men out the house. BM did not want to work or learn. I agree.
Oh, wonderful. Now, had you watched the documentary or the clip that we played today? Or did
No, I
you
was
just
actually,
already know that?
I didn't, but I was actually interested in watching it.
So let's do it. Let's go down. Let's watch the long clip. Okay, let's watch the short. We'll watch the long clip. Let's watch the long clip. Let's get to it. Let's get to business. Let's get to business. Trying to do this in a way that like it fits the screen well. Sorry, just bear with me a little bit. I'm watching it on my screen too. I want to see, like, just trying to set it so for optimal viewing. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's crop it. Let's bring this down.
We're about to go down the yellow brick road.
We are about to go down the yellow brick. Girl, thank you. You're amazing. All right, let's crop this way. And let's crop it from the bottom. Sorry, y'all. This is work that I cannot do before I get on. I'm going to let the dog out of the room in a minute. All right, and then let me shrink the whole thing so we could see the whole screen. All right, that should do. That should do. Okay, here we go. We are ready to go now. Let me see if I could get some captions.
How are you? 23. Where you work? Well, I'm unemployed. Damn. What kind of work you do? None right at the present. What do you do for a living? Part-time work.
In a slum area of North St. Louis, where 178,000 people live, the unemployment rate is 4 times the national average. The underemployment rate is a startling, sobering 38.9%.
Well, my husband couldn't afford a living for my kids and I. So I decided to change things by leaving and trying to do better here.
Well, they say that the man is the head of a house. But here in this country, that's the opposite with the Negro men. The Negro men are the last hired and the first fired.
Quite natural, he couldn't afford clothing like they should have had, and food. So that makes a great difference.
Because for the most part, the man is supposed to be the chief breadwinner. He's supposed to be able to provide for his female.
You know, mother always thinks about what a kid gonna grow to be. If they don't have these proper things, it puts different things on their minds coming up, you know. You never know.
And a social aspect of, theaters, and we can go to the restaurants, and we can go to all of the parks and museums now where heretofore we couldn't go. But on the job portion, we're still just where we started. We haven't made any breakthrough at all. On the job portion, we're still just where we started. We haven't made any breakthrough at all.
This is a report on the Negro and the unfinished American Revolution. It involves his fight for dignity and a place in the mainstream of existence in St. Louis. White and Negro Americans live in different worlds, yet neither world can survive apart from the other. These two worlds can be truly united only with understanding within all elements of our society. This report will concern itself with Negro job opportunities. It will attempt to find out what's a man worth. Our so-called affluent society of the suburbs cannot and does not see the miserable conditions of the Negro in central St. Louis. The building boom, business expansion, people moving from the city to the suburbs give the impression of financial stability. And two, because of Negroes in sports, in show business, and on television, the impression is that there is a large Negro middle class and the stability applies to them as well. Finally, with the national unemployment figure at only 3.7% and the city of St. Louis enjoying a peak low of only 2.9, the supposition is that prosperity is here for all.
The supposition is false. Majority of Negroes in America, the status has always been of an inferior nature. First, as slaves in the plantation system of the South. Next, as helpless sharecroppers. And now, 70% of all the Negroes in the United States are residents of black ghettos like this one in central St. Louis. As it relates specifically to this ghetto, in a survey conducted by the United States Labor Department, the so-called Wirtz Report, this fact, among others, was disclosed. As late as November 1966, 12.9% of the ghetto workforce were jobless, despite active efforts on their part to find jobs. 27% of those working full-time were earning less than $60 per week, the equivalent of the $3,000 poverty figure on an annual basis. Consider this in light of the fact that the city's population is now 37% Negro. A prediction by the Center of Research and Marketing forecasts a 46% Negro population here in just 3 years. So the impression of affluence and the hope for prosperity is somewhat reversed to the people living here.
They live in poverty now when business and employment are at all-time highs. The non-white is still the last to be hired and first to be fired. The white male who has had but a grade school education is making almost as much as a Negro who has graduated from college.
In the St. Louis metropolitan area, which includes St. Louis City, St. Louis, Jefferson, and St. Charles counties, 145,000 people work in professional, managerial, proprietary, or executive jobs. Only 6,300 are Negro. In occupations which require some formal education beyond high school, the chief employers of the Negro population are the various federal and civil service agencies. 241 are policemen or other law enforcement officers. 1,451 work in the Postal Service. And 2,600 are employed in other government agencies. However, in the clerical field, 1 in 20 is Negro. And in the sales field, only 1 out of 33 salesmen is a Negro. Out of the total labor force working in white-collar jobs, less than 4 out of 100 workers are Negro in the metropolitan area. It is this small group that make up, in part, the so-called Negro middle class. Although the white residents sometimes think that these represent the total condition of the urban Negro, that things are getting much better, the shattering fact in 1967 is this. The the median income for a non-white family is $3,622 a year, compared with $6,613 for the white family. A white family makes 45% more.
Now, we are in a bind here whereby you have to make money in order to get an education. Education is expensive. Right. Culture is expensive. You have to have an education to make money. You have to have money to get an education. Now, this is the bind that the Negroes trapped in. Right.
I'm going to pause it right there because I think we've seen a lot, and I feel like people need to reflect a little bit. And I'm going to stretch the video out a little bit so that we can get like 2 or 3 hours out of video commentary. Why don't I start at the bottom and move my way all the way up, leaving the best for last, which is Matt Jordan's mom. All right. Gun Jam, what you thinking so far in this video? What's the video giving?
It's giving accurate. I think it's accurate.
Now, what did you think about hearing a black man say at the very end, which is what made me pause it, that education is the only way for them to get out, but they can't afford education, and so they are trapped in a cycle. But now we hear black men say education doesn't matter. How does that make you feel? What does it make you think? Hey, I'm no expert, boo-boo. Listen, I'm no expert. If you want to come up, let me know, but I know you be on your way to work. I will drop somebody so that I'll leave the 6 panel. But if not, and you're here with us and we're in your headphones, that's great too. Love you. All of this was brought to I'm No Expert. I'm No Expert. Wave in the comments again. Y'all follow this lady in case you didn't get a chance to go watch or follow or push forward the first video that was shown. I'm No Expert. Give us a hand wave. Give us a hand wave. Give us a hand wave. I'm No Expert is the one that actually started this entire spiral. Give us a hand wave. Because, yep, there she is. Y'all hurry up and follow I'm No Expert. You're going to go to her page and you're going to go to the very first video. When you go to her first video, you're going to like it. You're going to share it. You're going to repost it. You're going to comment. You're going to favorite. Okay, so she says she's at work. She can't right now. That's fine. But please, y'all, make sure that you do everything that pushes it out because that video only has 1,000 views. That video needs to have 400,000 views. All right? Okay, 9 whatever. I've accepted your request, but I don't see you on the thing, so I don't know what happened. All right, let's move it up. Flauta, what's your thoughts? Flauta? Flauta, we can't hear you. Flauta? All right, I'm going to let you tinker with your audio. You also, on my end, on my computer, I see you having bars. When I look on my phone, I don't see the bars. So there you go. What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, she said she came up by mistake.
Okay, no problem. I'm going to go ahead and let you down. All right, Jeremy, the floor is yours, dear.
All right. Yeah, I'll keep it super brief. Yeah, so I'll go ahead and answer that last thing that you said. I think that's I think it's very telling as to how a lot of us have bought into a lot of propaganda. We don't actually do our due diligence to think for ourselves, use critical thinking, because if it was acknowledged back then that that education, which was something that was definitely a tool or a chance for us to get out of our situations, but was out of our reach and is now within our reach, and we are dumping on it, spitting on it, kicking it around, talking about it doesn't matter. We have kind of bought into this lie that we are above it, which I fail to understand how that works, how we can be above, learning, growing, being better, becoming more intelligent, skilled, knowledgeable about the things that go on around us, and how we can actually be effective in that. So I think that's just a running joke in and of itself. And one other thing, Ben Vino, I just want to clarify this. I'm the one that muted you because of the simple fact that I get sick and tired of men, and this is for any other men that are in here. I get sick and tired of when we have these conversations. At no point does these prompts or any of this stuff say all of us. If it does not apply to you, then literally just let it go. But y'all spend all of your time running interference and buffering for other men that you say you don't identify with. So if you continue this, where you're not actually having the real conversation about what's being talked about to understand it, and all you're doing is spending more time just trying to run interference for those men, then you can actually go ahead and kick rocks, and I'll show you the door myself for you to go run interference for those men in other places, because that's not what we're here to do.
Thank you. Coy, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I definitely agree with what he just said because it's like the propaganda is real, and while he was saying that the way to go is education, I was thinking to myself, sometimes we are in our mind locked on whatever that means to us, and can we survive without education? And a lot of times we can. We don't always need those other jobs. There are other jobs that need to be filled. So sometimes creating just these excuses in our mind of or the invisible pressure, and we have to really loose our minds to break out of whatever this is, so that wherever we need to work. Sometimes people work two jobs, you know, to make ends meet. Work every job is not necessarily taken, but I think the propaganda that we speak of just apprehending our thoughts and our creativity and our ability to move sometimes is us. It's not even somebody else. Thank you.
Thank you. Miramel, the floor is yours.
Yeah, the video it's got a lot of gears turning for me. Jordan's mom said it in the chat, to pay attention to the conversation around civil jobs. So I hope you touch on that, Jordan's mom, if when it's your turn to go. But the part that really irks me about this is there are opportunities. There are opportunities for all of us, and specifically for men, at a time where they were allowed in certain spaces where we were not accepted. And that older gentleman at the end of the video, where you paused it yellow, where he's talking about education being the gateway to success, but the barrier for entry already being there for Black folks, which is they didn't have the money to invest in their education. And then you pair that with the video from I'm No Expert, where they're talking about the opportunity for free education, free learning, to help remove that barrier for entry towards our ability to achieve success and to be able to take care of our families. And to know that even in the wake of that, there were still men who were choosing the scam, who were choosing to do whatever they could to not pursue higher learning, to not pursue a sustainable form of income and financial access for their families. They would rather pretend like they moved out the house and pack their little duffel bag and go somewhere when them people were coming over. It's very disheartening to see that mentality was there now, and in today's world, they want to erase that conversation. And now, instead of just acknowledging the fact that they're lazy and they don't want to do it, they want to turn it back and put it on Black women. And that is shameful. It's cowardly. And I'm glad that we're having this conversation where we can put this to rest and we can get rid of this fallacy that Black women are the ones who have somehow disenfranchised Black men. It's foolishness.
I want you to know that I will be adding a new word to the lexicon. Thank you, Miriam, for that. We know fallacy with the F, but I think fallacy with a PH makes a lot of sense as well. So we'll be adding fallacy with the PH to the lexicon. If you're an avid reader, that makes sense to you immediately. If you're not, maybe not. But a fallacy. Jordan's mom, would you like to define our new word fallacy for us? And then go ahead and give us your introduction.
So, fallacy is when you put forth rhetoric as something that it's not. And fallacy, PHALLUS, I guess USY or CY, would be lies that people tell because they have a phallus. Lies that
Yes.
people
Listen,
Yes,
we
lies
are
that people
so,
tell. Yes,
we
it could also be defined as lies that the people with a phallus. It's the propaganda, of the phallus. It is the fact that you put the phallus above everything else. Whoever has the phallus, they're the ones who are right. They're the one who's smart. They're the ones who know everything. It's the power of the phallus. People who
okay.
have
Kente has another official because I think we're working it through, but everything that you said, but I think she made it concise real quick. Kente defined it as male branded delusion based on patriarchal propaganda. But
agreed.
yeah, I think we would do like, when they have like a 2, you know what I mean? Like a number 1 and a number 2. Because part of it is the lie that's coming out of them. And another part of it is the delusion that's causing the lie. We're going to work with it. I'm going to write it down. Let me get my book. This is the lie. No, this is the
Hey,
lie.
what is the lie though?
Did you just get here? Because we've been talking about it.
I actually just did, Jeremy. I wasn't here.
You were here. I talked
No,
to
bro,
you.
you
I
were here
asked
for
you
a
if you
long
missed
time.
me.
No, I got a phone call though. I was watching the video, but I left out for a little while.
Okay,
Oh,
so
you
what we're
didn't
not
miss
gonna
much.
do, Yeah, what we're not gonna do, we're not gonna backtrack. So hold on, we'll go over it again, but not at this moment.
Okay,
Okay.
that's fine. That's fine. Yeah.
All right. The only thing that
So
I will run back real quick to mention, and it's only because Navi is in the room and I know that he missed it. So it's really not for you, it's for Navi. That this black man on this video, and if you're just coming in now, basically what we're talking about is we are exposing the lie. All right? Exposed. Black women did not kick black men out the house. The black men did not want to work or learn. All right. This all started because I know I messed okay. Yes, what did we miss in class? Yeah, men. Right, for real. Let me text Mobetta and let her know to bring her Mobetta over here. Come on over. We having a learning live on black women did not put black men out the house. All right. So we had this conversation about last week sometime, right? Worth, it wasn't a great crash out. He just dropped himself. It really wasn't that fantastic. I'm going to put, and the comments are calling for you, and the comments are chanting your name to champion us down this rabbit hole. She's going to read that shit and be like, what the hell? All right. So I'm No Expert brought to us a video that exposed that there were workforce opportunities. Okay. Workforce opportunities for black men that they declined and decided to exit the house instead. Right. The choice was work and learn or get booted. They chose get booted. If you choose get booted, you didn't get booted, you left. You chose the leave option. It's not a booting. You should have chose better. Right? So, I'm No Expert brought us that video. Okay? Then after that, because we have a Rita, and having a Rita is an amazing thing. Rita went down the rabbit hole from the video that started with I'm No Expert, from the conversation that started here. Rita found the video that we're watching now. Okay? The video that we've been watching now has been talking about the poverty in Black St. Louis specifically, but really it kind of applies all around the nation. There's a lot of propaganda in the video as far as where they choose to film and how they choose to film it, but they are giving us some statistical data on what poverty looked like from the numbers perspective. Mo Better, the box is here. Come beat a caboose on the panel, please. We're needing you. All right. I hope that she's catching the catch up. So the video is talking about, Black St. Louis. The video is talking about that poverty. And the last bit of the video, which I am going to rewind the last minute of the video and replay it. The things that we've seen so far, hey, Mo Better, if you've not missed much, we're only about 6 or 7 minutes into the video. The last couple minutes, which is what caused me to pause for discussion, which I'll rewind so that we can get Mo Better's discussion, is the Black man actually saying that education is the only way for them to get out of poverty. However, education is unreachable. Now, please do know, and Rita brought it out in the comments, and I also wanted to say it, and but it was the two of us were both having this thought to make sure to bring it to everybody's attention that when they're talking about education in this video specifically, they are talking about not just college education, but also trades and skills as levels of higher than high school education. Okay? So when you hear them talk about education, thank you. When you hear them talk about education, they're not just talking about that. Now, to everybody, and thank you for the gift. For right now, the gift goal isn't for dropping anybody. The gift goal is just to support the live because you're coming here and you enjoy me and you enjoy the panel and you feel like you're being educated and I'm bringing something worth tipping $1 over. The tip jar is always right there in case you want to tip jar that way. When you tip jar that way, I get the entire tip. When you tip jar through gifts, I get 50% and TikTok gets the other 50, which is also fine. But that's where we're at. Mo Better, thank you. The comments were literally chanting for you to grace us with your presence. So we are excited to see you.
Good morning. Hey everybody. Oh Lord, I have no idea what I have gotten into, but I am here for it. And if I need to light somebody up, let's go.
It may not even be about lighting somebody up so much as your reactions to this video as we go through it. And Rita is the one that brought the video to us, and she specifically was like, I need Mo Better's reactions to this video.
Oh, no. You done set me up with another Rita. See, it's but go ahead.
I'm sorry, Rita is a national treasure. Rita is a national treasure. There will be no Rita slander. I don't care what Rita has put you through. I don't care what Rita has put you
I
through.
love her, but she got me last time. She got me with the nigga festo. You remember that?
Oh,
so yeah. See, me and Rita go way back. Yeah.
Okay, so far we're 9 minutes and 31 seconds in. This is not as bad as the nigga festo. The nigga festo was awful. Oh, Jordan's mom, do go. Yes, sweetheart, I see your hands up and you didn't get to respond. My fault. Go ahead, honey.
No worries. I'm good morning, Mo Better friend. How are you?
I'm good, Jordan's mom. Hey girl. Hey sis.
Hey girl. So listen, so what is very telling to me in this video is number one, I kept saying in the comment section, nobody will share. Nobody. Remember we talked about earlier the men who accompany the women to the supermarket and how they're slouched over, how they hold their head down, all of that. These men are aware of their inability to provide. They are aware that they're at the bottom of the totem pole. They're very, very bottom of the fish pond. They know their status, and it is reflected in the way they cannot sit still, sit straight up, or look other people in the face. All of it. Remember the guy in the bar. In the bar, in the dark, with the shades on. Like, you're so...
because you're almost ashamed of your circumstance that you're in here playing pool in the middle of the afternoon because you don't have a job. Now, I also don't want anybody to be able to come in and say that this is a particular problem of that era. Because do you remember, Yellow, we talked about that book, The Street, from 1947, and it
Mm-hmm.
indicates the same behavior in the husband of this woman. That he was a college graduate who thought he was better than people. He got a good job, but because he was a mess up, he lost that job, and he refused to take any other job. He lost nearly everything, his house, his wife, everything, sitting on the milk.
I do not and will never. I'm absolutely going to go to my grave not understanding it. And plenty of black men have tried to explain it to me enough that there's no need for a singular another one to try. I will never understand why, when black men think that they're valued at a certain thing, that they cannot, even for a temporary time, work a job that's quote unquote beneath them until they get themselves where they need to. Now, I was a phlebotomist, all right? Before I was a nurse, I was a phlebotomist. And when I was in nursing school, I was training for nursing school the first time for LPN school. I could not get a job that the hours made sense with me being able to study and also work and also attend class. I was able to find a part-time job as a phlebotomist in a high school, very, very specific to dealing with genetic markers for pregnant women or women who want to become pregnant. So we had a very specific genetic blood test that was done, and that job was just 3 days a week, half day. That was it. So it wasn't enough to do what needed to be done. So to make up for my income, I took a job at Toys R Us. I took a job alongside teenagers at Toys R Us because I couldn't get a full-time phlebotomy job that could pay my bills. I had 2 kids, right? So I had that part-time one that paid, it paid like $18 an hour and back then in 2010 or whatever it was. So I was okay with that. And then I supplemented it with my $11 or $12 an hour job at Toys R Us. Because that is what needed to be done to get from being a phlebotomist to an LPN. That's what needed to be done. I did not care. I did not feel shame. I smiled and told them ladies where they could find the Barbies at. I smiled and rang up the people's Christmas toys. I danced to the songs that were played over the head. And I learned all the words to I'm a Toys R Us kid. Okay? I did not care. Go ahead, Mobetta.
I can tell you why this is the case. I think the actor's name was Jeffrey Wright, the black actor from The Cosby Show. He played the wife of Sandra.
Husband.
Is that his husband? Sorry.
Yes. Elvin.
Elvin, yeah, Elvin. Right? So you remember when he was discovered working at Trader Joe's and people were clowning him? But who were the people clowning him? It was men. So men don't do this because they are afraid of the shame from other men judging them. It's not women. Women don't give go and get it. Do what you got to do to help the household. Do what you got to do to make it happen. Do what you got to do to make shit shake. But they don't want to be embarrassed. They don't want to risk the chance that the homies are going to look at them different, that the homies are going to look at them less, that the homies ain't going to be impressed with what they're doing to make whatever bread they're getting. So they would rather do nothing. And the homies be like, oh man, you just got to wait it out. The system is all against us in every time, man. You just got to wait for your chance. You got to wait for your moment. than to do what it takes to secure their household. It is because they are waiting to impress other men.
And
I
this
couldn't live my life knowing that my child has to watch me get up every morning and go to work for another man. I just couldn't do that.
So do you think that it is better for them to watch you not wake up? I'm sorry, wake up and not do a goddamn thing but Hennessy and hoes? Because that's what a
No,
lot of these niggas is doing. I'm not talking about you
th-
personally,
oh,
gun.
okay.
I'm not talking about you personally. I'm talking about this inability to hustle legally until you get yourself in a better situation. I felt no shame for my children to know that I worked at Toys R Us while I worked on becoming a nurse. None.
But
Yeah, because
listen
I
to the
was.
inference, though. The inference is that you're better than everybody else. The inference is that you've never worked for anybody else in your life. The inference is somehow you built an empire that sustains you financially and that you will never have to work for anybody else. Listen to what you're saying.
Yeah, that's
And
exactly where I
children
was
do
going with
not
that.
care, by the way, who you get up and go work for. Let me tell you something. The kid's father. This is how I ended up working for Toys R Us too. I'm gonna hold on one second. Let me put
Well,
myself
I'm
back in.
extremely
Hold on.
talented,
No,
so
hold on, hold
my
on. Let me
talents did it for me.
so look, the kid's father used to work at Toys R Us when we were together, but he was a supervisor, right? He was a manager actually at Toys R Us, and I was a phlebotomist. Okay. We took the kid to get the vaccines, the oldest one. Took him to the hospital. Not the hospital, to the doctor's office to get his vaccination. Do you know what my ex-husband, when we were still together, said to the kid? Your mommy does this to kids for a living, and your daddy works at Toys R Us. I said, motherfucker, I'm gonna kill you. You know what I'm saying? Because I did. I was a phlebotomist. I used to draw blood from kids for a living. I used to draw blood from kids, adults, whatever. I worked for LabCorp for a while. So this man said to the kid, your mommy does this to kids for a living, and your daddy works at Toys R Us. Do you think my child felt shame at their father working at Toys R Us? Do you think he said, "Oh, daddy, you get up and work for the white man"? Or do you think the kid was like, "Wow, my daddy works in the toy store. My daddy manages the toy store"? Kids do not fucking care. You talking about some? Oh, I would not like to the children to see the shame of me getting up to work for the white man. They don't care. They want to know, can we go buy me a bike? I would like to have a bike. Kids would like to have fruit snacks. Can we get fruit snacks? Kids would like to go see the new movie that's out. Can we go? That's what the kids want. The kids do not give a fuck who you go work for. Go ahead, Jeremy.
No, I think you pretty much covered most of it. I'm like Jordan's mom said, like, yo, like, what's this ego? Because I have never in my life come across a self-made black man. Never once.
But some of us are gifted by God, brother, and we don't.
Yeah,
It
I hear
ain't
that.
to
You know what I'm
brag or
saying?
nothing. But some of us are favored, brother. Every brother
Yeah,
is not
yeah,
the
I hear
same.
that.
All
I
right,
hear that.
listen.
Yeah.
So
I see that you're going to be a distraction from class. Then you could come back another day. I see that you're going to be a distraction from class because I see myself getting distracted. Maybe you're the squirrel in the room. You're the kid in the back of the class with the spitballs. And we're in class. Oh, okay. We got somebody else to come up in the classroom so that we could be grown-ups today. Listen,
yeah.
I know that we're not grown-ups every day. Today we are. Today we are.
But the punchline is this, right? Because he can say that all day long, but one thing he'll never actually say is how it started. How whatever it is, he will never say what he actually does, how he pays his bills, and he'll never say how he got it started. That's what he'll never say. He'll
Yeah,
just say
he'll
it's
never
gifted by
say
God.
he'll never say his mama gave him a startup money or his girlfriend believed in him, so she
No,
paid the bills while he put it together. He'll never tell the truth. He'll
that
always
part.
claim victory over everything.
So listen, let's get back to the video. Welcome up, Navi.
What up, Navi?
Navi, we're exposing the truth today that black women did not, in fact, kick black men out the house. I think you've been in here for a little minute. So let's go ahead and hit play. I am going to listen to, so let me see. I'm going to put, oh my God, like everybody's people that I put in charge. All right, I'm going to put Mo Betta in charge. I need coffee. So I'm going to hit play. I'm going to listen on my phone while I go downstairs so that I'm watching along with you guys. But I'm actually away from the controls, right? Because I'm watching from my backup. We'll continue to play until I get my coffee going. And then we'll go, and I'll be right back up as soon as I got enough for the cup. So let's put this back up nicely for everybody to see. Yep. And then I'm gonna hit play. And I did rewind it just a tinge because I wanted whoever wasn't here to definitely hear the moment where the black guy says, education is what we need, and basically that they're keeping education away from the Negro. While today we're hearing the Negroes have education thrown at them, and they are doing the matrix backwards backstand to avoid education that is being hurled at their face. Also, not to miss that education was available to them at this time. Hey, Common. All right, here we go.
And 2,600 are employed in other government agencies. However, in the clerical field, 1 in 20 is Negro. And in the sales field, only 1 out of 33 salesmen is a Negro. Out of the total labor force working in white-collar jobs, less than 4 out of 100 workers are Negro in the metropolitan area. It is this small group that make up, in part, the so-called Negro middle class. Although the white residents sometimes think that these represent the total condition of the urban Negro, that things are getting much better, the shattering fact in 1967 is this. The median income for a non-white family is $3,622 a year, compared with $6,613 for the white family. A white family makes 45% more.
Now, we are in a bind here whereby you have to make money in order to get an education. Education is expensive. Right. Culture is expensive. You have to have an education to make money. You have to have money to get an education. Now this is the bind that the Negroes trapped in. Right.
This is Joe Grimes. He's 23 years old. He's married and is the father of 3 children. He's on his way to school. Joe will soon be a skilled welder. Today, he feels alive, needed, an emotion he's experienced only since he started school.
What was it like before you got here?
Oh, well, it was pretty rough, actually. When I got in my teens, it was, well, I'll just say rough, period.
What do you mean? How did this happen?
Well, I was delinquent, naturally. I ran the street quite a bit. I dropped out of high school, so I ran the street.
What grade?
Oh, I dropped out of high school when I was in 9th grade, very first part. And I started wanting things that fellas wanted.
You wanted them because everybody else had?
Yeah, everybody wanted to go have, you know. So that's what led me to stealing. Then I messed around, went away for a while.
Went away, that means you were incarcerated?
Yes, I was for about 15 months.
Had you passed Joe on the street a year ago, he would have looked the same. It would have been impossible to tell that he was one of the 8,000 unemployed Negro men in the St. Louis area. One of the 26,000 men who are underemployed, making less than $3,000 a year. Or one of the 17,500 who don't even try to get a job anymore. They are not even included in the labor market statistics. They have simply given up.
Was your father in the home when you were a youngster?
Oh, no. My father and my mother have been divorced since 55.
After you were married?
Well, I got married, I was unemployed. Then after I was married, I got a job. But it wasn't such a steady job. I stayed on about 2 months, and then I went unemployment for a while, then another job. Then unemployment for a while, then another job. You know, and then just unemployment, period.
You just didn't know how to do anything. What kind of work did you do?
Well, porter work, janitor work. That's the only thing I could get. That's the only thing I knew how to do, push a rope. And after a while, you know, those just ran out.
How was your life at home during this period?
Oh, boy. If you want to call it a life, it was rugged, real rugged for me, for my wife, for my kids, too. You know, no money, and we don't know everything we should know about marriage anyway. So, constant arguments. I'm sullen all the time. She, well, not that she wants companionship, but I'm not affording this for her or my kids because, you know, first thing I want a job. So.
Did you ever leave home?
Yeah, I left home. I left home after a while because, you know, wasn't much sense me staying there drawing unemployment. You know, I left home and I tried to hustle, you know. I do little things, you know. First I'd give me a little bank, so to speak. I'd wash windows or wash somebody's car, so give me $4 or $5 and maybe find a crab game or something. You know, shoot crabs. If I didn't make it that way, I just had to go wash somebody else's window or a car the next day, you know.
To the majority of Negro men in this area, the story is routine. Almost 50% of the Negro men working are in service jobs. Jobs that pay little and lead nowhere.
An area of employment which supports approximately 30,000 men in our area is the building and construction trades. In order to work in this field, membership in a trade union is, in most cases, a prerequisite. Usually, a neophyte worker is considered a journeyman, a fully qualified tradesman, after he has learned his skill as an apprentice. Each union has its own apprenticeship program where men between the ages of 18 to 25, and sometimes 30, who are high school graduates and have a good police record, learn their craft both on the job and in the classroom. However, many think there are far too few Negroes involved in these programs.
I think there's racial discrimination in our unions in the city of St. Louis. Of course, it's taken on a new aspect. It isn't the predominant kind that we could put our hands on a few years ago. It takes today the aspect that the unions are saying they want qualified men. And it's been one of the fallacies in our operation that we haven't properly trained these people to take these opportunities. We've opened the door to the job, but we haven't got qualified people to pass through these doors.
Apprentices for the trades are selected by a committee of union and contractor representatives. The committee formulates and administers a test given to potential apprentices. Often the union, when considering the contractor with whom its members will work, reasons the higher the entry qualifications, the more competent the incoming new worker. The high qualifications, though, when considering the Negro applicant who has not had the experience or background in the trades, and who more likely than not has some sort of police record, militates against his meeting the high entry standards.
I think the unions are using this as a different type of segregation, to say that our men are not qualified. Now, I know you're going to ask me why the white boy is able to get into this operation without this training. But you've got to remember that he has an ethnic background of training through 100 years of training through his parents, so that his opportunities are greater than the Negroes, and we must be able to balance these scales and make this opportunity available to all the people of the city of St. Louis.
Is it difficult for a Negro youngster to get into the apprenticeship program?
No, as a matter of fact, it's very simple. Make application, and then the applications are processed in the usual manner. It's not complicated at all, just being at the right place at the right time.
If it's not difficult, Mr. Delford, how many Negro apprentices are in the program?
In 1964, there were 7 registered Negro apprentices out of a total of 1,046 in the building trades. In 1965, we find 21 registered Negroes out of a total of 895. And in 1966, we find 36 Negroes registered in apprenticeship positions. We have an unconfirmed report that at the present time, in March 1967, that there are approximately 40 Negroes in apprenticeship positions in the city of St. Louis.
A past history of discrimination in unions, plus a background not lending itself to work in this area, has produced a rather logical but too often misunderstood effect upon the Negro.
I found that from my experience, which has been rather extensive, that we get predominantly so with our Negro apprentices a high degree of tardiness and lack of a regular attendance. I found that many, if not most of the boys come from homes that have no father in them, so that there's no example for them. They don't see a father out working all the time, so they don't accept it as the general rule that they have to go out and work also. And not only have to go out and work, but have to be there every day. Another reason, which I've not read about, but which has occurred to me, that I think has some significance, is that maybe for the first time in these boys' lives, they find themselves in a position where they're needed.
Just taking a little pause for us to talk
I was about to say yellow.
You lying motherfuckers. You lying motherfuckers. You lying motherfuckers. I am vexed. I am so fucking vexed right now. You have no idea how vexed I am at you.
So, Navi, would you like to start?
Oh my, listen, and Mo Better will tell you this. I am a sponge. I love learning new shit. And I know a lot of people like, man, Navi is so knowledgeable. This is the first time I've actually watched this and have gleaned this information. And I'm already having a live later today. Mo Better than already seen the graphic. Yeah, this is just...
Hold on one second. Before we get any further, I want to point out, and I want to put all of us in the flame together. That's me, Navi, and Mo Better. We're going to jump in this flame together because I'm no expert, has been screaming this upon deaf ears of yours, mine, and Mo Better's for months. She's actually been screaming about it. She had the video out, and she's been screaming about it. And then even so bad, the day that she came up on my panel when I was kind of talking about it, but I wasn't talking about this because I didn't know about this part, over a year. Look, she says in over a year. She has been yelling it from the rooftops like, these niggas could have went to trades. And we've been all ignoring her. And it only happened because last week I had the thing and she was screaming it again in the live. And then she was like, can you just watch the video? I have a video on my thing. And I wasn't paying attention to her. And I was like, I'm in the middle of the conversation. Way after she even left the fucking live, I was like, okay, you know what? Let me go ahead and play the video. And we were like, and then Rita was like, to the rabbit hole. And that's what brought us here. So I want us to know that she has been screaming this from the comments. She has been screaming this from the panel. And all of us have been like repelling it, like we don't hear you, Mo Better. I mean, we don't hear you. I'm no expert. I don't hear you. And she's like, these niggas did. So I just want to give her her moment. And that's it. Go ahead, Navi.
I'm no expert. I'm gonna take accountability. I'm sorry, my sister. You was sending out the warning call. You was screaming to the rooftops, to the rafters, and you weren't listening to your sister. Your voice should have been heard, because I shouldn't be this vexed this morning. It's Friday's Eve, and I'm fucked up. Like, because there's so many key things, and then if you just allow me, first and foremost, you lying motherfuckers. The daddies weren't in the home back then. Fucking hate you niggas. Then we started talking about the tardiness, right? So black women could get on whatever transportation, even walk to work and be there on time, but you niggas couldn't. With men, you had access to different types of transportation. You had access in society that women did not have during this time, and you still was late. And then to hear this motherfucker talking about he had to leave the home because he couldn't take care of it, and the only thing that he was willing to do was to wash cars and shit like that. And on the other side of it, it says that black men back then were leading in jobs in the service industry. Well, you know what? The same still resides today. All of this fucking money you niggas made during the candy epidemic, you mixtape marauders and shit, and not a single one of you decided to take that goddamn money that you made and create a union of you for yourself. So you didn't have to depend on the white unions. Because I understand, I watched this video, the white unions weren't letting us in, right? They weren't letting us in. Yeah, that's the reality of it, but it's not an excuse. Because if you could take your money and build a basketball court, motherfucker, you could have taken that same money and created a goddamn union for black journeymen. You could have built a community center and was teaching the trades when they took them out of the schools. At the end of the day, the entire narrative about the black community was better off back in the 60s. $3,000 a year? I fucking hate you niggas. $3,000 a year? No fathers in the home back then either? We're talking about 1964, like that in the plateau, the utopia of the civil rights era. Like we was in full swing in 1964 with the civil rights era and fathers in the household and all this other shit. Y'all been lying to us all of this motherfucking time. All this time you've been lying to us, telling us that that's where y'all want us to go back to.
Navi, it's a fallacy.
That type of family structure.
They gave us a fallacy. It's a fallacy with a PH. Go ahead.
No, they gave. It's a lie. It's a lie. I don't even want to dress it up. I want to call it hyperbole, a fallacy, a phallus. I want to call it's a lie. You niggas been lying all of this time. Now I sound like Yellow when she was on my live. I hate you. Oh my man. Especially after what's been transpiring in this country over the last couple of days. What's been happening in this country over the last couple of days. The call to action to unalive black men in cities. Because you know when they say gangbangers, you know who they talking about. And it don't matter how old you are. It don't matter how much you dress. It don't matter how you dress or your political affiliation. When they talk about gangbangers, they are talking about black men. Although in these cities, crime is going down. Y'all came out to these streets and you preach this bullshit to young black men and women. You know why? Because you wanted to eliminate the competition. That is the only reason why you held on to red pill rhetoric. You wanted to eliminate the competition. You wanted to eliminate millennials and Gen Zs, and you wanted to eliminate immigrant competition because you were too fucking mediocre to go to school. And that when that man was complaining about the cost of education, do you know how much of a flashback that hit me on? How many times these niggas come up on a panel and talk and be teasing people about school debt? You niggas been saying and using the same motherfucking excuse for over 60 years. I hate you niggas. If I sound like Uncle Ruckus, then so fucking be it. I'm a lamb.
So Yellow, I want to.
Can I go next?
Wait. I'm actually gonna jump to wife mom because she has a quick personal story. Then we're gonna go to Jordan's mom, and then we're gonna go to Mo Better because I was really starting at the bottom and making my way up, and didn't really make my way past Navi. So let me hear from wife mom first because I think she just has a quick one. She told me in the and I actually kind of already know what it is a little bit. Go ahead, wife mom.
Yeah, this will be real quick, y'all. I'm sorry to interrupt, but this video is the St. Louis video, and that's my hometown, born and raised. And my family is part of this story, but not part of the story with the lazy, no good, won't do shit niggas. My dad and his friends took advantage of these trade and apprenticeship trade scholarships and stipends and what have yous to get where they got and have us not be in this kind of predicament. And so I've been on panels with Navi, and Navi, you've heard me talk about this every time the men wasn't in the house. And I mean, the men was there and they was put out, and I was like, they were not put out. There was programs for you motherfuckers to stay, and you wouldn't do it. And I know it because my dad did it. We weren't on the public assistance. He just went and got the damn trade, went and mastered his skill. And all of his friends was at McDonnell Douglas and at Boeing and at Monsanto, which is a whole other story. But they got those jobs. Those programs were there. My uncles are pipe fitters in St. Louis back when there wasn't no black pipe fitters in St. Louis, and had to get in the union and broke ground on that. These niggas be lying. And the thing that really gets me is the under 40 crowd that tells this goddamn story knowing it was their daddies that either didn't go through this and they were the bums, the deadbeats that they are, yet they want to still put them on a pedestal, or even worse, their dads went through these programs and made good lives for them, and now they want to be a bum. They want to be a burden on society and of no good to their kids and the mothers that they left behind. This shit pisses me off. This shit is real. Been preaching it for almost 2 years now. But this story is my family story. And it is real. And a motherfucker that deny it, they can go to hell. And I'll land at that. Thanks for having me up.
Thank you for coming up, wife mom. All right, so let me go to Jordan's mom, Mo Better, Jeremy, and then Miramel. Those of you guys that ended up a little bit out of order, thank you so much for being understanding and patient. Go right on ahead, y'all.
Thank you. I apologize if I jumped anybody. I just wanted to say this. I wanted to also give Rita her flowers, because do you all not recall it was Rita who found the video from 1970, the CBS documentary about the food stamps? And in 1970 and 1968, the women, the families who were getting the food stamps, the women could not even get them. They had to wait for the man to go to the, they put them in the community center, and the man had to go in and sign for them. So the women would wait for them. These men would sleep at their other woman's house, sleep at their homeboy's house, wherever they were sleeping, but come home on stamp day to go in and get the book of stamps for the family. And then the women had to argue with them about how much they were going to leave her and how much they were going to take with them. Don't y'all remember Rita gave us that video? It's on YouTube. So again, I said that to say Rita is a jewel. That also debunks these myths about the men being put out of the house, because the food stamps were delivered to the community center of the projects, which means that his name had to be on the lease in order for him to get the food stamps. So you had your name on the lease, but you was sleeping someplace else.
Ooh, child. Okay, Mo Better, Jeremy, Miramel, and then we're getting back into the video. I hope everybody's all right. Don't forget to do your deep breathing as we go through this. Go ahead, Mo Better.
I would just like to say, if you want to consider Navi Uncle Ruckus, you can call me Auntie Ruckatina. Okay? And I'm no expert, baby. You know I love you. And we done already had this conversation. I've consumed an inordinate amount of content. I've been knew this. Okay? I just wasn't gonna go searching to find these fucking clips to put this in front of people because I'm tired of having this fucking conversation. Okay? This is the most obvious, okay, and singularly logical piece of information that should be able to. If Johnny had 5 fucking apples, 2 plus fucking 2. Okay, these motherfuckers been lazy, trifling, shiftless, and no good since the beginning of fucking time. I don't know why we sitting there rabbling and dabbling and still trying to have these arguments. When you saw this big back ass 23 looking like 43 ass motherfucker at the beginning of this clip, ain't missed damn meal, snack, or nothing else, eating neck bones and listening to the microphone, even way back then before podcast equipment, looking like he could have been a podcast bro back then. He smiled when he said he dropped out of fucking high school in 9th grade. You saw that little wistful look of, yeah, I dropped out, yeah, the 9th grade. You know, I was stealing, because the homeboys, when they was doing it, so I do it. These motherfuckers still doing this shit today. Still doing the same shit today. The same criminal activity, and they're still touting that, hey, look, we got something for these criminal motherfuckers to do when they get out, and something useful for their ass to do, and they still like, yeah, well, niggas, we don't really want to do shit, okay? Because doing shit looks like work, and we are allergic. That's the thing. To actually get up, to actually have to do something. What the alarms? Ew. If it's not, even to alert them of danger, an alarm is still allergic to them. I am certain in a theater that is on fire, they will sit and let their ass burn up than to respond to an alarm. They not getting up for no fucking work. Are you out of your damn mind? They don't want to go to a program for a fucking trade because you got to get up and be on time for that. Why are we still assuming the presumption that they want to do and be something? Then to sit there and say that, yeah, well, that bitch was yelling at me and she was being disrespectful. Nigga, because you broke and she hungry and them kids hungry. How the fuck you think she's still gonna have a good attitude with you and be smiling and be like, yes, sir, no, sir, you still a good man and my name is Savannah. Are you out of your fucking mind? Wait, how and why and where is that shit supposed to fly, you raggedy, big back ass motherfucker? That's the shit from back then. That's the shit still today. And they still look the same. They still look the same. Put a ball cap on that nigga and put a jersey on him, and he looks like one of these motherfuckers on these panels today with the same record. With the same record, the same charges. That's the gag. And they still leaving the homes for the same fucking reasons. I want us to disabuse ourselves of the notion that there is evolution for this. Okay, it is a rinse and repeat. Now, there ain't no rinse. Okay, because it's still dirty as fuck and it's still funky as fuck. Leave these niggas alone. Okay, and like I keep telling them, my constant refrain, shut the fuck up.
Well. Let's go on to Jeremy and then Miramel. And then we're going to continue down this journey of this video. It's a good time to carry your phone with you to get yourself some water. Fill up. If you're at work, go ahead and get yourself. Walk on over to the, I'll reset the live goal. Okay, there we go. Walk on over to the water fountain, refill your water up. get your snackies, whatever. I don't know if you're like me, if you're at your desk and you have like, the different oils and stuff that you do for stress relief. I used to always keep that when I was at the workplace. I had, like this and have all those things prepared. She said, nah, I'm angry, sis. Okay. Jeremy, baby, the floor is yours, and then Marimel, and then we're getting back to it.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it super brief because a lot of things have been covered by my my cousins and families and brethren and sisterin up here. But I just want to kind of reiterate the point that was just made about the lack of evolution. I think that that's such a powerful point right in there. Because it's not the lack of evolution because we were incapable of it, it's the fact that we have pushed against it adamantly. And when I say us, I'm specifically referring to Black men. We have adamantly fought against it. We have pushed against it, even being challenged in these spaces, in these conversations. Somehow we take offense to it because we want to say, hey, focus on the good, focus on the positivity, focus on the few that are doing a thing. But, I want you to not pay attention to the negativity. I want you to not pay attention to the simple fact that there are still a ton of us, including myself, because I'm the one that's in here running interference and I was offended by what you said, that I don't want you to pay attention to me being, lazy and being proud of being lazy and prioritizing the opinion of other people because I went off to get up and go to work for the YT man. I don't want you to focus on none of that. When we're challenged, we spend more time than tussling and arguing. The fact that somebody thought it was okay to come into my comment section, or not my comment section, my DMs, and write a dissertation because he was challenged directly into this space, instead of spending time actually learning, growing. Oh no, you're not focusing on the positivity. We run.
Wait, somebody jumped in your DMs today about today's conversation?
I sent it to you. It's on your Discord.
I saw a Discord thing and I didn't look. Go ahead. I'm going to go look now.
I've been busy and managing things. I was like, I figured you check it out later. But yeah, I sent you the direct screenshot. But it's this that happens constantly because we don't like to be challenged. Our pride, our ego does not let us grow. It does not let us unpack the things that are literally the problem. The simple fact that we keep catering to other men that would not take their shirt off to put in to clothe us, that wouldn't give their jacket if we were cold. The fact that we keep catering to other men on a consistent basis, and we are literally selling ourselves short day in and day out. Like how are you embarrassed that you got to clock into a job? It don't matter who the boss is, who the manager is. If I'm grinding to get mine, because at the end of the yellow brick road, my successful business is going to be at that point, then I'm gonna grind and do what I got to do for the time being. But somehow that's somehow an embarrassment. Somehow that's selling yourself short. That's less than. And we keep telling ourselves that stupid lie. While Black women are saying, bump it, I do what I got to do.
I read the DM. I read the DM. I'm trying to get my thing. Like I keep flipping it and it's still, no matter which way I go, it still feels like it's the wrong way. Maybe yes, this is what it is. That's where I normally am at. And then I'm going to just pull myself over because I'm like, what is happening?
And that DM is proof as to why I'm never getting my my real man badge back.
Yeah, you're never gonna be a real man again.
No,
I'm about to explain.
Y'all know what I call this? I call this the Anne Frank principle. Ooh. Right? And I call this the Anne Frank principle because it's based on a paraphrasing from her autobiography. Despite everything, I still believe in the good in people. Look what a fuck she landed. Why would we be focused on the little minority of motherfuckers that's actually doing some shit and project that on the whole of the triflingness, the treachery, and the lack of all of these motherfuckers, and think that if we just look at the little glimmer of hope, the speck that is not dusty out of the whole field of sand out of here, that somehow that little glimmer, that little speck of clean counter is gonna lift us up as an entire community. You motherfuckers are the bane of all of our fucking existence. Somebody get the 409 and clear the counter.
All right. It is not anybody else to go until Miramel goes, because we keep approaching her, and then it not actually being her. Miramel, you have the flow. Listen, and Miramel, I love you, and you coming up on these streets, and I remember you when you didn't want to come on the panel at all. Oh, she said I could skip you for now. Okay, I'm about to tell you, I'm going to stop fighting people over you. You're going to have to start bringing out your own gloves, okay? Just tell you right now, you're going to have to start bringing your own gloves. Now she got a work call. That's okay. I'm telling you right now, look, I want you up here. I love you on the panel. You're going to have to whip it out and be like, no, I was next. You're going to have to do that sometimes. No, I was next. Because I'll be fighting people out in the street for you, catching strays and all kinds of shit. People, I don't even, no, that's okay. Jordan's mom, Mo Betta, is Jeremy. No, don't worry about the apologies. Miramel got to learn how to fight for herself. She got to learn how to fight for herself. Okay? She said, yes, ma'am. Okay? She got to learn how to fight for herself. And honestly, this is a great space for you to learn how to fight for yourself. Because nobody's going to get mad at you and they're not going to cuss you off. You see them getting ready to go. You see them coming off mute. Don't you come off your mute. It's my go. Just like that. When you know you behind somebody else, you unmute yourself before they're done. So you know you was coming after Jeremy. Right when it sound like Jeremy's starting to slow down, you unmute yourself before he's done. And you see anybody else, you see it out the corner of your eye, somebody else unmute. Hey. It's on me. Like that. Okay? Now fight for yourself. It's all love. Y'all ready to continue this journey? We'll start with Miramel when we get back off the next set of clip. All right. Let's go. Y'all, this shit is just so damn triggering. Why is this shit so triggering? And Navi, you tell them niggas that you hate them, because I told them that they were worse than slavery. So you ain't been worse than me yet.
That's hard for them to accept, much less understand.
This long-standing practice of discrimination as it relates to apprenticeship training opportunities has had a detrimental effect upon our Negro youngsters. They are not motivated, they're not inclined, nor in 1967 do they have any interest in the field of apprenticeship and training. The door has been closed. The door is still closed.
I know it's a real quick pause, but did anybody get mad already? Because I got mad already and we're only 3 sentences back in.
Yeah, I'm mad at the guy with the bucket hat or whatever you call that hat. He gives me that look about a man who probably has a black mistress on the other side of town. That's how he knows so much about black men.
The reason that it's and I didn't really comment on the last pause, so I'm gonna comment now. The reason that little teensy weensy 30 seconds that we just watched pissed me off so much is because they're still in 2025, 58 years later, we're still having a conversation in the same way of this lack of interest. All right, let me go ahead.
If it is true that pigmentation is a mere balance of enzymes in the human body, it is also true that when that balance is tilted toward the black side of the scale, something happens to the human born black. From the very beginning, he experiences a peculiar sensation, a kind of two-ness in an atmosphere of oneness. He is an American, but he is also a Negro, a different kind of human being. He has two sets of thoughts, lives in two different worlds, and is haunted with forever trying to solve the perplexing riddle that involves itself with this question. How can I, as a man, be both a Negro and an American without the constant threat of having the doors of opportunity slammed in my face? To better understand his feeling of complete despair, let's look at just one area in the so-called hardcore deprived Negro community. This neighborhood can be described as crumbling. There are 23,321 men, women, and children here, nearly 98% Negro. Of the more than 8,600 persons 25 years old and older, 2 out of 3 have completed less than 8 grades of education. Of the nearly 4,300 families living here, 70.3% have an annual income of less than $3,000. 796 families earn less than $1,000. Trapped here in poverty by the lack of training, they have inherited their position through years of denial, the endless circle of frustration in the job market.
Well, if a man gets up in the morning and has nowhere to go, no work to do, no hope, no reason to plan and nothing to plan with, it seems to me inevitable that he'd lose his zest, his enthusiasm. Beyond that, if he is left out of things and never has any responsibilities placed on him, which is the common case, then it's hard to imagine how he could somehow or other learn to behave in a responsible way.
Some of them are without hot water.
Yellow.
That raggedy ass motherfucker that was up here before. Gunja, whatever his name is. Gunjiko Visit. He said he would not want his children to see him have to get up and go do a job. Gunjiko Visit? Oh, that's his name now. He said he would not like for his children to watch him have to get up and go do a job and work for the white man. And this is why we need men in the house. All right, y'all go ahead. I'm gonna give y'all.
Yellow.
No,
What's the
listen.
name of this video? What's the name of this video?
I'm gonna send it straight to you. You don't even have to worry about it. I'm gonna just send it straight to you. Don't even look.
Thank you.
Don't even worry about that. I'm going to give you guys like a 2-minute showtime, to get it all out. Oh, actually, I'm No Expert, so on her way up here first. I'm No Expert has got to be redeemed, so we need to let her go first, and then I'm gonna give everybody 2 minutes, and then we're gonna get back to it. Go ahead, I'm No Expert.
I got like 2 minutes to say something. Now, do y'all understand why I be so vicious with these niggas when I'm in these lives? Because I watched this video and it makes me beyond angry to know that this shit has been going on for as long as it has and that nothing has changed. I've been yelling and screaming from the rooftops. Thank you for acknowledging that. Yellow, my brain is fucked up right now because I'm trying to pay attention to work too. But yes, this is why.
We sorry. I saw Vanity sorry in the comments too. If there's anybody that owes I'm No Expert an apology, like we heard her say that shit and we're acting like it's brand new today, go ahead and apologize to her. Today's the time.
Let me finish because I only got a minute or two before I gotta go back to work. It's not just that. the first 3 videos pinned to the top of my page just push this information more and more and more. And this is literally over the period of the 1940s, the 1950s, the 1970s and 80s, and then we know what happened in the late 80s into the 90s. So it's just been going on. This is the 50s and 60s is when they decided that the H epidemic was more important than going to work. So those 25 to whatever age men that they were talking about are the ones that decided that they didn't want to go to work, or they couldn't make it to work on time, and thus and so. If you look back into the history of it, I think it's the second video is when the man was breaking down how they just thought that doing H and nodding out was fun, that being in gangs was fun, that they didn't want any parts of, what their parents were doing or jobs or work or anything. Please, take your time and go watch those 3 videos, and they're all tied to extended videos. I only have clips of them because I didn't go down the rabbit hole like Rita. But please, if you want to truly understand what it is that we have been dealing with for all of this time, and what we continue to deal with, and why I be so fucking mad to the point where I say I hate every last one of y'all from the pit of my motherfucking soul, this is not a joke for me. I don't care what happens to y'all niggas no more, because it's been too much for too goddamn long. And I gotta land right there. I'm stay on here for a second, but I gotta pull off in a little bit. I'm done. The next person can go.
Sorry, baby. I was doing the puzzle. The little puzzle came up. All right, let me give everybody 2 minutes. I'm going to give everybody just 2 minutes so that we can make it through, because we ain't even make it through halfway. And wait till you find out how this shit ends. Wait till you find out.
Let me pop off, because then I'm gonna jump off. I gotta get ready. I got a spa day today, and I'm gonna need this shit, because listen, I'm gonna sum this up in these niggas ain't been shit, ain't gonna be shit, ain't had shit, don't want shit, ain't got shit, it ain't shit in the mind, and don't want us to have shit. Cause what the fuck is this shit? Every time I turn around, it's a legacy of excuses. It's the man, it's the system, it's I can't, it's I don't know, it's I ain't got, it's everything but your ass. And at the end of the day, motherfucker, figure it the fuck out. If you supposed to have all of this ancestral internal nutsack ability, motherfucker, why haven't you made it fucking happen? If you supposed to be the king, if you supposed to be the ruler, if you supposed to have so goddamn much shit from all the way from Mansa Musa, motherfucker, figure it the fuck out. What is you waiting on? Godot? Motherfucker, hit the flow. Hit that motherfucker running. Because all this tells us is what we've been knowing. It ain't never been there. It wasn't never there. It wasn't never meant to be there. And the fact that we have finally figured this shit out and have been moving away, do not look back. Okay? This shit is like, look, there's a musical, Hadestown, based on the Greek mythology of Euripides. I can't remember the other part. But anyway, when she is entering, he is walking her out of literally hell. And the only thing the devil says is, hey, as you are leading this woman out of hell, the only thing you got to do is not look back. If you look back at her, right, you are sentencing her to hell. He literally gets to the last step. You know what this raggedy motherfucker does? He looks back. And that's what these niggas are doing. Do not let your hand touch this motherfucker. You're going to be back in hell.
Jordan's mom?
Yella, you can skip me. I want to see the rest of the video.
Miramel, are you ready now?
I'm here. I'm ready. And I heard you, Yellow. I heard you. Okay. I just want to say, these niggas are content to be tools. They do not want to have any actual utility outside of if I tell you, a brick is a really useful material. You can make a really strong house out of a brick, but a pile of bricks doesn't do a damn thing for anybody. Somebody got to come and put those bricks together and build a wall, build a house, build something. They let white men use them as the bricks to build this country, and now they expect black women to use them as the bricks to build the family, and they want to still be part of it. And we're telling them we're good. Actually, we don't really need you. We have other materials. We are the house, we are the home, we are everything, and we don't need y'all to just be a simple material sitting there as a bump on a log, calling yourself the cornerstone of the Black community. It's at this point, it's embarrassing. It's embarrassing, and y'all can just go be a pile of bricks in a corner and get crushed to rubble for all I care. Because what do you mean? What do you mean? Y'all are the leaders. And this video, y'all are sitting over here talking about some hero iron or whatever we're calling it. I can't even think straight to say it because my gas is flabbered. And I'll stop there because I really don't have anything coherent else that I can say. I'm just, everything that we hear and we see on this app is confirmed by this video. So when men come up here and say, oh, this is just who y'all talk to on this app, that's not real life. It's letting me know this is real life. This is real life. Y'all have always been these people. Y'all have always been this way.
I know I'm no expert is at work. She might not have time, so I'm gonna go ahead and hit wrap up on her. Jeremy, the floor is yours, dear.
Yeah. Listen. The more that I've listened to not only this video but to these conversations, the information that's been provided, the more I truly understand the mindset of what was just expressed. The more I genuinely understand y'all just leaving us where we at to figure it out. By all means, do what you need to do. Focus on yourself. I respect it and I understand it and I support it. The rest of us who actually give a damn, we will do what we need to do. We will band together. We will connect together and do what we need to do. And if some of y'all actually want to partner with us, then by all means. However, the attitude of dismissing and saying whatever, figure it out, I absolutely understand it. Because the reality of the situation is we cannot deny how many times we played in y'all faces as a collective. How many times we sat there with our arms folded saying, well, we want the title of leadership without the responsibility. We want to be called this in the streets, but in the house, you run everything. You figure out what bills need to be paid. You figure out where the money need to go. You figure out what need to happen with the kids. You figure it all out. And I kick my feet up. But in the streets, you get to tell them, hey, he run the show. He called the shots. We want the title without the responsibilities because we were always told we were supposed to have it. But we were never shown and never told this is what it looks like. Because the people who were supposed to show us that weren't doing it either, as we're now seeing. So quite frankly, do what you need to do. Because that entitlement is just going to be the thing that keeps us stuck in the space that we are anyway.
Navi, I hope you're okay. The floor is yours, dear.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna get my last words here, and I gotta go too. But I wish I could stay longer. But I'm gonna say this. This is proof positive. It's something that I've always been thinking about the whole Pookie Ray propaganda. The conservative black man, the conservative boomer, the conservative Gen Xer. Red pill was their doctrine because they wanted to eliminate the competition, whether it's millennials or Gen Zs or immigrant. The mindset of the men in the 1960s is a direct correlation to the mindset of Gen X, to the mindset of even some older millennials. And when you consider that a lot of them did not have a father in the home, let you know that this type of information, this type of mindset was seeked out. Like they looked for this. These men looked for this information. They looked to try to figure out, how can I be useless and how can I blame someone else? Yeah. And, you know, again, I love learning new information, and I do not regret that I've gotten this information. I'm definitely going to watch all of these videos in their entirety, and I will absolutely be using them. But the way how I'm enraged, especially, like I said, what has been happening this week so far with this administration, and I know that you niggas help put this motherfucker in power, and you use this red pill doctrine as a catalyst for it, fuck you.
Nopra, you're up here. I don't know if you mean to be or if you were just tapping.
I did mean to be. I legitimately requested up today. How y'all doing?
We're doing good. How are you? Are you okay?
I'm great. Actually. This conversation made me think about one of my favorite books. It's a short collection of writings by this woman named Pearl Cleage. She's a writer and poet. And the book is called Mad at Miles, A Black Woman's Guide to Truth. And a lot of the work in it was originally written in the 80s, like the book got produced in the 90s. But so much of like what's in the clip is also things that June is talking about in the book. In the excerpt, I'll read just a little bit of it. Right? Like the first paragraph of the introduction. Yesterday, as I was writing this, my neighbor, my sister, had to call the police to protect her from her husband, also my neighbor and my brother, who was threatening to douse them both with gasoline and light it in an self-unalive, if she did not stop divorce proceedings and come back to be his wife. And she tells like a few other stories like that about women in her life and how like, yeah, this is normal and going on. But what I really wanted to read is a little bit of my favorite piece of this, or in this book. It's called The Time Before the Men Came. And yeah, I'm just gonna share it. In the time before the men came, the past as prologue. In the time before the men came, we could do everything. We were fearless, brave, trustworthy, clean, mentally awake, and morally straight. In the time before the men came, back when we could still fly and have babies by the power of positive groupthink, we were Amazon women. We planned and built cities. We wrote great books and thought new thoughts and argued about ideas and aesthetics until the sun set and the moon rose and bathed us in silver. In the time before the men came, we were fearless, counting among our number warriors, strategists, generals, and magicians who could read the tide for signs. We plotted with impunity and precision, defended our borders with a shining combination of physical strength, mental superiority, and absolute courage. We had integrity, scorning the petty and the vicious, avoiding the obvious, sidestepping the curse of sloppy thinking and obsessive, possessive love that shrinks and strains and trains the ear for bickering and mediocrity, as if they were the music of the spears. We knew how to call a spade a spade. In the time before the men came, we were bold, explorers and wanderers, dreamers and schemers. We lived in harmony with each other and constant search for the truth of this world and the next one. We were responsible, caring for our own and each other with a bone-deep understanding of what it really means to be part of a whole, a sister among your sisters. And it goes on, but that's like what I wanted to share. And like, there's a time before the men came.
That was beautiful. That was absolutely beautiful. All right.
You may make sure that I came up on the panel to say something worth saying since I be requesting up for fake.
That was absolutely beautiful, and thank you. I'm probably gonna re-trigger us all. Hold on a second. Joshua, like, what is the point of an alarm clock if you just gonna let that shit roll? Like, might as well not have it, right? Y'all hear it? This shit sounds like worse than these people in the smoke detector. All right, so I'm gonna hit play. We're gonna jump back into it. We're about halfway through right now, a little less than halfway through. Deep
Hello,
breaths. Go
can I have
ahead.
2 seconds? I just want
Sure.
to thank her for the book. I'm always moved, excited when somebody makes a book reference. Thank you so much.
You are so welcome. Nopra, you hanging or dropping?
You can drop me, friend. I'm gonna be, comment cousin it up.
No problem. Listen, the party be in the comments. The party be in the comments for real, for real. All right, honey.
Dingy, a lot of rats. At least you see the alleys and whatnot where all this filth and garbage, trash and rubbish is thrown out into the back. Well, it's a jungle. They come out of these projects, come out, stand around. They surely don't have the same objectives in life that a lot of other people have. But they care. They care about themselves, though. When they get older, they start working these day jobs and unskilled jobs, and this goes on for a long period of time, and just pass on from one to another. These are fishmongers here, Most of them out here, these big trucks and whatnot. Now they're trying to ante up on something. A little bottle or something. A little bottle of wine. Now they'll do little menial jobs around, like they run here and here and there, and get a nickel or dime and ante up on a bottle of wine. They've had a big day.
What it does to people is really hard to guess. Because the people who are apathetic are, by that very fact, not doing very much and not saying a great deal. How can we, driving by, figure out what the inner man must be like under those conditions? It's hard to guess, and I suppose the best we can do is guess. It must be a feeling of hopelessness, of irresponsibility, because there's no responsibility to take hold of.
You hate to see the young ones get off to such a bad start because of these idols that they're worshiping have a far greater hold on than their parents do. It's a big thing. You see one of your idols driving a Cadillac, T-Bird, got their hair processed, looking all dapper Dan, sitting on the processing all day and talk, brag about their exploits, try to impress the little young girls and things of that nature. Pulling on, saying smart cat in proud remarks. And the little young kid who looks upon the law says, this is what I want to be, because it's the closest thing to heaven I've seen so far. He wants to wear the black leather coat. He wants to wear the black Jaguar hat. All these are great symbols. He's emulating the pearl who stands on the corner, pocket full of money, hustler, gambler, who tells him that he can get it if he does the things that he does. Well, the school doesn't necessarily prepare you for this type of life because you're not going to get out of where you are, so you might as well live best way you can, as fast as you can, as good as you can. Even if it does mean like hitting people in the head or burglarizing, stealing. Try to get them a couple of girls on the block to work for them, hustle for them, live off them. Now, Friday and Saturdays, and when the weather is nice and warm, they put a jumps. The man that makes the most money, the liquor store man, he seems to drown their sorrows in a shallow cup.
Me too, Rita. I'm sad that Navi's missing this part. I think Navi lost his shit. I texted it to him, and I'm sure he's gonna watch it. And I'm sure we're gonna hear about it sometime in the next couple of days. Oh, Navi's live. All right. Well, we'll finish it up here, and then when we're done, we'll go invade his live. He probably stressed the fuck out and was like, "I can't do this, not no more." Or he might be talking about his books. I'm not sure. Jeremy, where you at with what you just heard there?
Yeah, give me just a few.
Sure. I'm no expert. Are you still with us? Go ahead, honey. Go ahead. I thought I heard I'm no expert say, can I chime in? Go ahead. Maybe not. All right, go ahead, Miramel.
Yeah, I was gonna ask because I saw a couple people in the comments, the commentary about young girls, to run that part of the video back because I think it's worth everybody catching it. That's all I was gonna say.
Listen, and this man said that's as close to heaven as you can get. Did y'all hear that shit?
Of course I did.
When I tell you I
Yes.
was triggered, I'm gonna run it back and I'm gonna play it at 0.75 so nobody misses a fucking thing. Go ahead,
She's about to
Jordan's
replay
mom.
it.
Jordan's mom, you want to say a thing or you want to wait for the rewind?
Rewind.
Can I say something? 2 birds. Got the hair process, looking all.
You wanted to say something now? I'm no expert.
No, go ahead.
After
I'm
the
sorry.
rewind. Okay. I'm not going to play the whole thing at 0.75. We'll be here forever. But this particular section, I wanted to make sure everybody heard it and heard it clear. I wish I could make the captions bigger. But let's see. I wish I could make them shits bigger, but it is what it is.
Dapper Dan, sit around the process all day and talk, brag about their exploits, try to impress the little young girls and things of that nature. Put on saying smart cat in crowd remarks. And the little young kid who looks upon them all says, this is what I want to be, because this is the closest thing to heaven I've seen so far. He wants to wear the black leather coat. He wants to wear the black Jaguar hat. All these are great symbols. He's emulating the fellow who stands on the corner, pocket full of money, hustler, gambler, who tells him that he can get it if he does the things that he does. Well, the school doesn't necessarily prepare you for this type of life because you're not going to get out of where you are, so you might as well live best where you can, as fast as you can, as good as you can. Even if it does mean like hitting people in the head or burglarizing, stealing. Try to give them a couple of girls on the block to work for them, hustle for them, live off of them. And on Friday and Saturday.
Did y'all catch that? A couple of girls that they could get pregnant and live off of them. Right? Y'all caught that part too?
Yep.
Are these the men that we needed in the house? Are these the men that we needed in the house? These are the black men we needed in the house?
These
Let's
are the
start.
niggas we put out.
All right, let's go. Jordan's
And that was your
mom.
prompt, Jelly.
Let's go. Hold on. Let's go. Jordan's mom, because she held her spot for after the rewind. She held her turn for after the rewind. So Jordan's mom, Rita, and Common are new. We'll open back up. We'll do it short, and then we'll get back to the video. Jordan's mom, the floor is yours, dear.
Thank you. I apologize. I'm about to tell a story that I told before, but I'm hoping that I can tie the two together. Some time ago, I told you all a story about this comedian named Earthquake. He used to be one of my favorites, and now I'm just disgusted by him. He has a radio show that comes on XM radio called Quake's House. And there was an episode where it's him, and his setup is young comedians. He brings young comedians on, and they can advertise whatever they're doing. They can tell their jokes. They can interact with the cast, so people get to know them, and then they get to list their social media, so they can gain followers and all of that. It's really to put these young people on. One guy was talking about something and was telling a joke, and they were saying what the guy should do, and he said, "Well, I can't do that. I don't have, earthquake type money." And Earthquake said, "Brother, let me put you on game." Earthquake gave this long monologue about how you manipulate women. And you start with finding a woman who's plus size. You want a woman in the medical field because their livelihood is pretty much steady. They got their own place, they got their own car, whatever. And you have to sell her your dream of being famous and being a comedian and all of that. You have to sell her on her proximity to fame and famous people by being with you. You take her out, spend all your little money, on a nice dinner, whatever. Don't try nothing funny, say the next morning, text her in the morning, send her some flowers, all of this to get inside her house. The first time she invites you over and you're able to sleep with her, he says you have to put on the performance of a lifetime. None of it is about you. All of it is about her, because what you want is that steady place, that steady roof over your head while you get your act together, while you make your connections. When she leaves the house, you leave the house and make it seem as though you're going someplace. Go to the gym, because the gym is 24 hours a day. He told them all the game how to get this woman. And then when you make your break, when you get that deal that you need, you step out on your own and she says, "I thought we were doing this together." You say to her, "I feel like I have taken advantage of you. I feel like I've been, under somebody else's thumb. I want to do this on my own. We're still going to date. You're still going to be my girl. We're still going to do things together. But let me get myself together and get independent, and then I'll bring you along." It's a way to disentangle yourself for free. This is what this 60-year-old man said to a man in his 20s on a podcast on national radio. Why did last week I see some naughty-headed somebody saying the same thing on this app? He called her he called her a chubby or something that you get. And he basically, he wasn't as eloquent as Earthquake, but he said the same thing. And then you hear to this morning in this video, these men are essentially saying the same thing. Get you a young girl, get her pregnant and live off her. Nothing has changed. It is all a scam for them to be able to get over. And I'm going to just park my car right there.
Thank you. All right, let me hear from Rita. Comment. Listen, if you come in and agree with that shit, I'm going to drop your ass. Everybody's already triggered, and I know you be on the fence. And if you're on that side of the fence, I'm going to tell you right now, today's not the day. Don't do it. Don't do it today, Carmen, please. Rita, honey, the floor is yours. And thank you, Rita.
You're welcome. So when I watched this video the first time, I glitched. I don't know if you've ever witnessed me glitch.
Yes.
Vanity and Sarah have, and they literally had to make me soak in Epsom salt one night. I glitched, and I hate that I don't get to see Mo Better and Navi glitch at the end for the plot twist. But how you all feel right now watching this is how I feel as a Black sociologist, panel after panel after panel, knowing the data by heart, knowing the data without looking it up, watching people say the opposite of the data. You are, yes, I am a studyologist, Chris King's Corner. We put it in the lexicon. Thank you very much for that. And now that I think about it, going to field trips for adults while making over $100,000 a year at a university department chair is ideal. You will never shame me for that. Ever. And I get to teach Black babies.
Studyologist is always going to be funny and yet still kind of accurate.
But
because
yeah,
studyologist would literally be the study of studying.
Yes, and I do that.
Right.
That's called a
what I'm saying.
meta-analysis. But yeah, I followed I'm No Expert because I will go down her page and I'll find the full length version of every last one of those videos because the editor in chief of the Mississippi Free Press taught me how to search the archives and find all this shit, and I will do it. I'll land there for now.
I want us to do it together. We could do it together over on my page too.
Okay.
I'm trying to get a little bit more active on my own page. Cause yeah, that's a whole nother story, but I'm trying to get a little more active on my own page. All right, Common. Oh, well, let's go to I'm No Expert because I know she's at work. Go ahead, I'm No Expert. I had to mute you, baby, because your background was crazy and we couldn't hear Rita.
Hello?
Yep,
Can you hear me?
we can hear you.
Okay, I just wanted to thank Jordan's mom for bringing up the point that she just made. I wanted to tie it in to something that Mobetta and Navi said as well. Mobetta started with the they ain't shit, ain't never been shit, ain't never gonna be shit, ain't got shit, all of that. So when you're saying that, we have as black women been saying this for generations. And then they make it seem like we've been saying this for no fucking reason. We've had every reason to be saying this, but they want to pretend that we're just making it up, that, like I think someone else was saying how they just want to project this image. What the man was saying, they want to wear the Jaguar hat, they want to wear the leather jacket, they want all of these things to look like they doing something when they ain't really doing nothing. Right? They want to pretend to be the head of the household, but the woman is actually doing all the work. They want to pretend to be that dude that's making all the money, but they making it, illegally. So when we say these things, we're not making this shit up. We're not saying it for no reason. We're not projecting our own insecurities like they do. And what Jordan's mom was pointing out was how Earthquake did that, and then she saw that's what I was gonna say. I just had to watch this video of this little young dreadhead nigga YN telling men how to finesse YT women, right? Not only that, you got a ball player making $200 million making his girlfriend pay half of the rent on an apartment that he wanted her to get, that he knew she couldn't afford, so that after they broke up, he could still have control financially. So it's not just a poor man's mentality, it's a rich man's mentality, it's a black man's mentality to try to get over on and or finesse black women out of every fucking thing that they can finesse you out of: your drawers, your mind, your house, your kids, your fruit snacks, every fucking thing that you have, they will drain you up. And if you are not aware and nobody ever told you, you are going to find out the hard way. And we have been trying and stressing to tell the young ladies, and I am so glad that they are listening finally, to stop making the same mistakes that we did, because this is who y'all are. And like somebody else said, because you didn't have a man in the home teaching you how to be a real man and get up, get out and go get it, like you worked for it, y'all are seeking this shit out. He said they watch the niggas on the corner so that they can be that guy, because that's the closest thing that they've ever seen to success.
No, to heaven.
So y'all are seeking this shit out.
To heaven.
Yes. Y'all are seeking this shit out. And on top of it, like he said, they go and find a woman to hustle for them, or that they can live off of. How many times we gotta say that shit is happening today? This little YN just told other niggas how to go live off a chick. This is why I be so and y'all can't make me stop being about it, because it's never ending. Never ending.
I'm sorry, dear. What's the word? It just occurred to me the other day what the right word is. Do you remember? What's the word? I'm no expert.
Huh?
What's the word? What is this called? They want to pimp us.
Yeah.
It's called a pimparchy.
Yes.
Exactly.
All of it is pimping. We always think of it in that narrow sense of putting somebody on the street. No, when you can use my labor to better your cause and to make your life easy, it's pimping. So whether it's a job or a street corner, they're trying to pimp all of us.
Exactly.
A black
And
woman with
remember,
a name I can't pronounce wrote a series of articles calling it pimparchy.
remember what I've been saying for forever, that when they couldn't make money, they would use us to make money. That's how the pimp culture started. They couldn't figure out a way to go make money other than selling smugs and whatnot in the neighborhood. But the men that had a monopoly on that, if you couldn't get on it, then you found another way. You couldn't go and make money yourself because you refused to get an education or a trade, so you use our backs to do it. Like, for real. And then you wonder why in 2025 we fucking done with y'all, because we see it, we understand it, we get it, we know that it's never gonna fucking change. Since 1925, people been writing books about feckless black men that will do nothing to get themselves up out of their circumstance. And I'm gonna tag you in that video, Yellow.
Okay, babes.
I've been screaming it. And y'all think I'm crazy, but I'm not. I'm not crazy. This is the shit I've been talking about. I thank you because I never had the whole video. Thank you, Rita, for going to search it out. I knew it was a greater part of a whole, but I didn't know where to get it. Thank you. And thank you, Yellow. I love you for doing this live. Thank you. And I'm going to go on mute and y'all can continue your conversation. So I'm actually going to drop down so you can bring somebody else up. But thank you, guys.
Before you drop, again, we've got over 100 people in the room. Everybody should be following I'm No Expert today. Every single one of you guys should be following I'm No Expert. And every single one of you should be going to the very first pinned video that she has, liking it, commenting, and sharing. Okay? Favoriting it if you want to use it for weaponry when you're out in the streets so you can find it. Please. Because when we started this live, that video only had barely over 1,000 views. And it is a video that should have gone viral. It is a video that should have gone from black woman to black woman to black woman to black woman to black woman. If any, I'll probably do it. And if there's anybody else that could do it, write it in there that that there's a full YouTube video as well. Go ahead, Jordan's mom.
So I was just laughing at the use of the word weaponry, because that's what's been used against us. This propaganda is so dangerous, and it has been applied in this digital environment so effectively, at the behest of people who don't look like us, against black women, because I think that men in general, whether they be white, whether they be black, I think they see black women as a threat because we are so thorough in what we do, because we are so magical, because we are determined. We always manage to change our circumstance. I think it is important, as I'm No Expert said, for these things to be put on the big screen so that young women can see for themselves in real time what it's like, that you can hear it out of the mouths of men, that they can see the changes in time, but the attitude remains the same. The same sorry, no good jokers, always still thinking that somehow they're better than somebody, when the truth of the matter is you're in a situation that you're in because you have no dignity. You have no shame. They're trying to heap shame upon us when they have no shame for their own circumstance. How does somebody with nothing criticize a woman with a degree? How does somebody who washed windows on random cars criticize somebody with a college degree? How does somebody who's homeless criticize a woman who has a home and tell her that she's in debt? It is only the delusional who do these things. It is only the delusional. And once your eyes are open to how fragile they are, to how raggedy they are, to lack of potential, to the game, to the predatory nature, it makes you view them differently. My hope is that there are some minds, that have been cleared today, that there are some eyes that have been opened. Hopefully some lives.
Go ahead, honey.
Oh, I wanted Jordan's mom to land that one because she was getting somewhere, but I'm trying to pull myself together because I've been on the verge of just like straight tears this whole time since we watched that last little clip. And the reason why is that, and this is, Yellow, you had a prompt a week ago or something like that about if black women put black men out the house, they deserved it and they
Yep.
were right. So
That's what started all of this.
Exactly. And that clip just now just solidified that, because what are they talking about? They're talking about creating a circumstance where a black woman is forced to allow a black man into her home and then become his caretaker. Go out there and make babies on them. Go out there and baby mama them and then live off of them. Let them start collecting the welfare, let them start collecting the state program, and then live off of them. That's what they're being told. That was the advice they were getting from their uncles, from these men on the street who they were looking up to, calling them role models when they were nothing but idols. The mentality has not changed. And so when I look back and I think of like, okay, because I'm at a place now in my life where I just, relationships are transactional, and that's not something that I'm interested in. I'm not interested in a transaction. If I'm interested in love, right? That's the thing that drives me and motivates me in relationship, whether it's a friendship, whether it's a partnership, whatever the case is. I want to feel love, and I want to give love. And that is not what most of these men are interested in. And so you look back and you see these failed relationships and you think, what could I have done better? You can do nothing better when these men don't want anything but to exploit you. There's nothing you can do to make.
It's okay. Go ahead, Jeremy. It's on the
Yeah.
2-minute timer, y'all.
Yeah, we got the short time limits. So we got to keep it brief. But no, I think that little clip that we saw and that we revisited, it reinforces the nonsense that we have. We've been playing ourselves, but at the same time, like, we really push the nonsense of trying to use women. Women are not really seen as human beings. They're not seen as whole people. It's your property. You are a tool of the grift. You are a tool of the finesse that we constantly move on. And so I think that, for one, I need for the older men, and I'm gonna definitely use this to keep challenging them, but the older men need to stop trying to make it a young generation thing. Well, these young people, they moving differently from how we did. No, they doing the exact same thing. Every generation that you can name did the exact same thing. This ain't nothing new, and I've been saying that, and I'm so glad that this clip and these people said it themselves. They said it with their whole chest that they've been doing this. He said it boldly and loudly, and I think it just reignites this fire in me to continue to challenge that, and tell them that this has never been something new. This has never been a thing that somehow, with the rise of the internet and dating apps, that somehow that's a thing. It's not. We just keep telling on ourselves. That's it.
I don't have much to add. I don't need 2 minutes. All I want to say, this is the peak of Black marriage. This is when Black marriage was at its highest. This is the peak. This is the neck on my pretty giraffe, if y'all know what that reference means. It's when I drew the Black marriage rate and was viciously ridiculed by my friends for my bad drawing. But this is the peak of Black marriage. When we go on these panels and we hear Black men talk about when we were married the most, this is the era. This is what they want us to go back to. And I want you all to pay attention to the Black woman at the very end of this, how she looked and her emotions, because that's what they want for us. And you need to ask yourself, do you want it for yourself? You can go on to the next person, Yellow.
Yellow, I'm sure I've talked about this before, but within like the PUA community, there are people that sell guides on how to do this. Men have not changed. Like they all do this, and it's also not like specifically a race thing.
Wait, stop.
Yeah.
Sell guides? Where are the
Yeah,
guides? I
this,
need them.
okay, I'll find them. But yeah, there's definitely guides that man sell in order to do this, and there's like different ones because you can't do. There's different ones for different things, but they sell guides on how to gain consent out of women and how to basically just make them a product. It's a thing. It's been a thing for a long time. And they're actually fucking expensive, but thousands of people buy them. So yeah, this is not new. It's been a thing for a very, very long time.
Yeah, I need the guides because I need to go through that, and we're absolutely going to expose that shit.
Yeah, I'll make sure I get it to you.
Thank you so much. All right, we're getting back to the movie. I'm gonna rock it like this from here forth. That when we do the little checks, I'm gonna do 2-minute showtime to run through whoever's on there and keep pushing because we're still only about halfway through, and I don't want to be here until tomorrow watching the video. So let's push forward.
It is, and when the weather is nice and warm, it really jumps. The man that makes the most money, the liquor store man, he sees to drown their sorrows in a shallow cup.
Unless conditions change, another generation will be standing here looking on.
Unless young Negro men acquire skills for jobs, the doors of opportunity will remain closed. The Negro must take advantage of the training being offered, and the business and unions must make it convenient and possible for him to take this advantage. Answers must be found to solve this problem.
I think one of the answers is that obviously the testing programs ought to be reevaluated. Recently in New York, the history had been that Negroes taking a particular test for an apprenticeship training program, the great majority of them failed. And the unions, along with the employers, asked one of the universities to redesign the test. And the university did redesign the test, and the test was given. Again, the people who took the test, the great majority of whom were Negroes, the majority of people who passed the test were also Negroes. So that by the mere redesigning the test and making it appropriate for the type of job and for the background of the people who were applying, made the difference as to whether or not they were eligible for this particular training program, apprenticeship training. But I think that the important thing is that every year, for a long, long, long time, while this pressure is necessary, that a regular number of Negro young men and older men are introduced into this industry so that everybody knows that it's happening, everybody gets used to the fact that it's happening, and more importantly, so that people get jobs every year.
The problem of getting Negro youngsters into the apprenticeship program and subsequently into the trade unions can only be accomplished by a multifaceted plan of action. Good training programs must be established like the one at the Associated General Contractors Training School. On-the-job training is the most valuable way for the young Negro workman to overcome his scant knowledge in the building trades industry. However, there are those who are concerned about other present-day methods of introducing the unskilled laborer into the skilled workforce.
Well, we must begin taking a brand new look at the whole concept of apprenticeship as a method of entry into skilled occupations.
What do you mean by that exactly?
I think, for example, the average apprenticeship program suggests something like 4 or 5 years before you are prepared to become a journeyman or a fully skilled person. I think today, in many instances, you could train a carpenter, you could train some electrical areas in less than 2 years.
In the same
I think that's a good spot for commentary. There's 2 spots on the board. If y'all want to jump up and get into the showtime, I'm going to run the showtime right there. I think it's really interesting how accommodations are being made. And I also find it really interesting that they want to jump from the 5-year down to a 2-year. I'm going to let y'all talk. I'm going to go ahead and let y'all talk. I'm going to give everybody their 2 minutes. Like I said, there's 2 spots up here. So if you want to run up and give your 2 minutes, hurry up before everybody goes. Showtime is starting. It's going to start with Jordan's mom.
So I wanted to be petty for just a moment if I could.
Sure.
There's something about the fact that this documentary is narrated by a Black man, a well-spoken, clearly educated Black man, who finds a way to use the most derogatory terms within his commentary. It's as if he somehow thinks he's better than the people he's doing this documentary about. That's what I get. I don't expect anybody else to get it, but it's just a feeling I've had listening to him talk. The other thing I would say is this. We all know that the one thing our men are known for is looking for a shortcut, a hookup. They always want somehow to get over and to cut a corner. And to change the requirements is right up their alley. I know that from personal experience. They always want a way around something. And I think we know people who are like that. It's unfortunate because when it comes to learning in any capacity, it seems as if the majority of our men have just an aversion to learn anything new. They want to take what they think they know instinctively in their gut and they want to call it facts. And until they change that, the majority of them are going to remain where they are. And I'll yield my time.
Yeah, the accommodations that are needed, they are trying like their best. They are trying their best to meet these men, these Black men where they're at and say, how can we get you in? How can we get your foot in the door so that you can make a way for yourself in this world? And they're still coming back with, oh, well, it takes too long and I don't want, and and that man on the street got this and he said, I don't got to go to school. I could do instead. They are begging them to rise to the occasion to become contributing members of society. And they want to do anything but. It's sad. It's sad. And it makes it hard to make a case, to plead for them. When we get up here and we talk about how Black women have been fighting for Black men, we in the streets marching for them, not anymore, but we used to be in the streets marching for them and doing this and that and they'll never do it for us. It's because they are allergic to work. They're allergic to accountability. They're allergic to leadership. They're allergic to anything that looks like taking on responsibility. And it's not just the jobs, it's the community, it's the children, it's the household, it's everything. They don't want it. They want to be out here throwing dice against a brick wall, and that's all they want to do. And if that's the case, then they can do that from the inside of somebody's prison cell from now on, because I'm not fighting for them anymore. This is ridiculous.
You can skip me for now. I'm in my office.
Morning. Good morning. Everything that was just expressed is not nowhere close to being a lie. It's extremely true. Very honest. Very honest. And it's depressing. It's sad. It's disgusting. And I don't like to other myself. I've learned a very valuable lesson in othering myself, and I can be just as pathetic. I attempt to I have attempted to speak to men, black men, about these issues one-on-one, in an inbox, give them a Zoom number and have a conversation. The amount of death threats for trying to do something.
Unalive, okay? Unalive, thanks. Go ahead.
I'm sorry, yeah. The amount of unalive threats, right? Like, had like a dance party thing on TikTok last night. Random black man decided he wanted to become extra and not just start flirting and passing out what he would do to these black women, but then become aggressive and angry when one of them said something towards him. And so I checked him. Now he's got like a vendetta. Like there was a conversation between me and another man, a black man, and he said, I'd rather keep my life than lose it. And I would lose it if I was to try to correct these black men. That is where we're at and have been there for a long time.
All right, y'all. We're gonna push forward. We're gonna push forward. We're gonna push forward, and get it going. It's been a long morning with this thing. We're just now passing the halfway mark. Y'all, please remember to continue to tap the screen, hit the gift goal. I mean, shit. If you want to hit the tip jar, when you hit the tip jar, I get 100%. When you hit the gifts, I get 50. All of which is fine by me because TikTok does provide this platform for me to get this information out to you guys. Rita, I can't thank you enough. Thank you, Shabika Hansa Rita. If y'all got some coins to give to Rita, because Rita's the one that found this video. So if y'all want to throw some coins at Rita as well, please make sure that you do that. On we go.
Los area, more than 80,000 people work in manufacturing firms in jobs that are classified as primarily semi-skilled. In a survey taken by a member of the Teamsters Union in 1965, less than 10% of the total number of employees in 50 of the largest local firms were Negro. In many firms, it was 5% or less.
Well, you know, one of the strange inconsistencies on this whole question of job opportunity is that many persons with limited educational backgrounds coming out of rural areas such as southeast Missouri, Arkansas, and many other states find it easier to obtain employment in this area than many Negroes who are here, who are living on tax rolls, who are living on relief.
You know, we can pick up the paper any morning and find jobs, advertisements for people who want machine operators. Have you followed any?
Yes, I followed through with some of those, but most of them, they want 4-year men, been either been in college for 4 years or had on-the-job training for 4 years or went to some trade school for at least 4 years. And this I haven't only been a machine operator now for around 8 months. Although I know how to operate machinery, I still don't have, the equipment they want, I guess.
We know for most part that the majority of the jobs that exist, it takes only a normal, average intelligence. But whenever a Negro go in and apply for a job, the first thing he want to do is he want to tell you that you're not qualified. Now, what does that mean? How much intelligence does one need in order to install a telephone? You only have about 4 or 5 wires, and if one does it long enough, it's just like walking, just like a baby walk. How does a person walk? You only do it, you only learn by practice.
What we've got to do, both with whites and the Negroes in this group of people with whom we are working, is to bring their skill level, their talent level, or their knowledge of working in industry and business up to a point where an employer will find it profitable to lower his standards and his tolerances regarding qualifications and bring them into the organization.
The ratio of Negro to white men in skilled and semi-skilled positions in the St. Louis area has been described as deplorable. A combination of a lack of opportunity for skills training and loss of motivation on the part of the Negro has resulted in his mass unemployment. Demand for the traditional unskilled jobs is dwindling. Advancing technology dictates a further loss of employment for the old and young among this group, and the problem is acute.
Particularly with the youth between the ages of 16 and 21 who are out of work and out of school. 50% of these are Negro kids. These kids are idle in the neighborhoods, they are impatient, they are angry, and it is here that you find the volatile, explosive potential that many cities face. And it is from these youngsters that the possibilities of riots may take place.
You ever go to school?
Yes, sir.
When you go to school?
Every week, every day.
Every day. Well, how do you work then?
So I only work on Saturdays.
Oh, it's on a Saturday. Why's your school today?
Got suspended.
Good.
The wasted potential of the high school dropout has been described as a colossal loss of human resources. In ghetto schools, the dropout rate is as high as 28%. It is virtually impossible for these young people to get meaningful jobs that will lead to a promising future.
Why aren't you in school today?
I start tomorrow. I got in a little trouble.
What kind of trouble?
Burglary.
In an effort to help save the many idle young men and women from a fruitless existence, the St. Louis Board of Education has established a special school which gives students who have unfortunate experiences in city high schools a second chance. Here, their past is forgotten, and they have an opportunity to gain the necessary learning skills that can give them a brighter future.
How many times have you been expelled from school?
All right. So for the people that just kind of came in and were getting a little triggered from the language, you have to understand that this was considered normal and quote unquote appropriate language at the time that the video was made. So they say ghetto schools because they didn't have the word urban city at that time. They didn't. The language didn't exist, right? So a lot of the language that they use in this, don't allow it to trigger you because the language that we used to had replaced this stuff didn't exist yet. So they're not going to say urban. They're going to say ghetto. They're not going to say black people. They're going to say Negroes, right? The language didn't exist yet. Okay? So I get it. Mimi, I see you. I get it. But you can't expect them to use language that didn't yet exist. So with that, let me take a moment. Let's do the quick little run through. Let's give everybody their 2 minutes to shine and keep it pushing through. Because like I said, I don't want to be here doing this video tomorrow. Until tomorrow, rather. So let's go ahead and push through.
So one of the things that sticks out to me is when I find myself transferring my anger to the system, somewhere in the commentary, they'll say something else that puts me back, pointing the finger at the men to make them accountable. They're talking about these schools that were there and available at the high school level. They'll give you the tools that you need to help you succeed. And then you can walk into a journeyman position. Isn't it essentially the same thing we have now? We have an alternative school where you kids who are getting in trouble or are violent don't have to go to school with regular kids. We also have a magnet school, which is like a vocational high school. And all you have to do is test in to qualify, or they will accept your, like if you have a type of talent, you already know about cars, you already know about drones and things like that, you can test in with your skills and not the actual academic test. They make it so all these accommodations are available. It makes you wonder, what is the problem truly? And I'll just rest right there.
Jordan's mom, I'm suffering with the same thing. I keep swinging back and forth and be like, it's the system. And then you see like a refusal to work to navigate the system to the pieces of the system that are made for you to accommodate. To like, it's okay. The system's got Swiss cheese. It's got holes in it. But even with the holes, there's all of the like you refuse to walk on the cheese part and just avoid the holes. You just refuse. No matter even when they try to fill some of the holes, you're like, but look at the holes, but look at the holes. And I'm like, yeah, but there's still cheese to eat. It's like I don't want to eat the cheese because the cheese has holes in it. Okay, but just eat the cheese, even though there's holes in it. And they're like, no, fuck it. I want to not eat no cheese whatsoever and bitch to everybody that I starved. Hey, Miramel.
Hey, I'm gonna drop after this because I have to do some work stuff. But um, yeah, it's this stubbornness of the system isn't designed for me, and therefore I would sooner rot than circumvent or circumnavigate the ways in which it disenfranchises me. And that stubbornness is why we see them where they are today, why we see them constantly shifting the blame and saying it's everybody else's fault. And this is why, nobody cares about us and da da da, all this stuff. It's all, they just think that because they are disenfranchised by the system that they are entitled to not do anything to elevate themselves out of it. And it is what it is at this point. There's no convincing them. We're looking generations back and seeing the same mentality, and all we've seen is that it's impacted the community more and more and deeper and deeper. And the gap has widened to the point where we have now left them behind altogether. So I don't see them wanting to change it, and we can't force it. So I just look and I just think it's sad. But yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and drop down. Do you want to drop me yellow, or you want me to drop
Doesn't
down?
matter. You could drop yourself down when you're ready. That's fine.
Okay, great. I'll listen from the comments. Thank you again for this.
Thank you for coming. I'm no expert. If you've got a moment, the floor is yours. If you don't, we'll catch you around next round.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment in regards to the behaviors that the business owners and the corporations and whatnot saw way back then is exactly why they chose and still choose never to invest in black men. Anytime you have a business, you want what's called an ROI, return on investment. And what they continued to see time and time and time again was that there was a negative return on their investment if they invested in black men, which is why they subsequently chose to invest in black women, because black women were always doing the things to move themselves forward. They saw that in black women, they saw that in black girls, they still see that. Multinational corporations have entire grants that they will offer to black women because they know that black women will get in there, get the training, and do all the things necessary to meet the requirements and standards that they set for us, and we progress and outperform any standard that they have given to us, which is why then black men will turn around and say, oh, see, y'all just feeding into the white man system, and they used us against y'all. Use y'all against us to keep the black man down. No, nigga, it was you. You showed these companies and corporations that you were a negative return on their investment, and we showed them something different, so they offer us more than they will ever offer you, because you will sit there on your hands and tell the white man what to do with his own business, just like the dude was saying. Like, it's just 2 to 3, 4.
I just want us to pay attention to how many accommodations they made for those men, because when we get to the plot twist at the end, I really want you to pay attention to how much effort was put into the men. That's all. You can go to the next person, Yellow.
Welcome back up, Ebony. Honey, the floor is yours.
I was so nervous about getting on here, but I'm going to go ahead and say what I was been thinking since I watched this. First of all, I thank God for running into this group. I grew up with two different fathers who grew up in the same era. My dad was born in 47, my real dad. My stepdad was born in 50. Two different two different people, but raised in the same era. My real dad actually was an intelligent man who chose to be a pimp. And I really think that this is about the allurance of being a homeboy from the hood type of mentality that's been going on for years and years, the allurance of looking cool rather than looking productive. And then my stepdad, who was a productive man, who went to the Navy, was abusive and an alcoholic. So for me, I think it really comes down to the mentality and the idea of what they see themselves as a productive black man has been so falsely misconstrued on what a good black man is. And the only women I've seen who was married to these men for a long period of time in my family were beat down, worn out, and unhappy. And I'm just going to leave it at that until I figure out more that I want to say, and I'm going to go ahead and pass it to someone else.
Thank you for coming up, Ebony. And this we let anybody up. No worries. Anybody can come up. Listen, sometimes we regret letting some people up. That's a whole nother story. We had some crazy men that come up and crash out and stuff. Today, I'm kind of less on a crash out men because I want us to actually all enjoy the education and have the conversation about the education. I'm going to say it, and I'm going to keep on announcing it, that if there's anybody in the room that still is not already following I'm No Expert, she's up here. Please make sure that you follow I'm No Expert. Please make sure that once you followed her, you go to her first pinned video. It is a clip of the video that we're watching today. Please repost the video, like, comment, share, etc. We want to push this out because today we are exposing the truth. Okay, we are exposing. Let me see, Latricia. Sometimes Latricia mean it to come up. Most of the time she don't. It was a she don't. Because y'all be tapping the screen, and I love y'all for that. All right, so let's get back into the video.
Before you came here?
It was quite a number of times, just had a problem.
What kind of problem did you have?
Mostly it was, respecting authority. I was always bucking the staff at just about every school I went to,
How many times have you been expelled from school?
Twice.
For what reason?
From one side, a fight, and the second time it was an academic suspension.
What would have happened to you had your expulsion from school been made permanent? What would you have done?
I believe that I would probably be out, standing on the corners fighting, snatching pocketbooks and all this type of stuff, Anything to make a big buck, as they call it.
I tried to get a job, and if I didn't get the job, I probably was just stayed at home or roam the streets.
Motivating the so-called problem youngster is important. But what of the hundreds of students who are not problem youngsters? What is their motivation to graduate? Do they have job opportunities?
Opportunities are greater for the better students. See, for the bottom half of a class, there are not many opportunities.
All right, you're all going to be graduating from high school this year, right? Yes. Pretty excited about this, I suppose, huh? Yes. All right. Are you working? No job yet. You have not seen the need for a job?
Yes, I've seen the need. I just don't have one.
Just haven't had one. How about you?
Yes, I am working.
What do you do?
Well, I'm an equipment maintenance man over at AT&T Company's plant over on Olive and Jefferson.
Very good. And what's your ambition?
I would like to become an electrical engineer.
So you're in the right groove then, right?
Right.
Some studies have been made about the ghetto schools, the high schools, and indicate that the average Negro child or child attending these ghetto schools receives 2.5 years of education for 4 years of attendance. So obviously he's not prepared when he comes out of the high school to do anything. Children are supposed to accomplish so much from day to day and from year to year. And the tests indicate that after 4 years of attendance, they have accomplished about 2.5 years of education. So that while they put in the time, they really haven't gotten the education.
Today, I think the Negro has the greatest opportunity that he ever had before in his life. But still, big businesses are looking for the more intelligent Negro, the very intelligent Negro. And so you have the average Negro left out. He's still left out.
He's finished right now. He's average. That what you're saying?
He's not completely finished, but he's still left out the big picture where the good money is.
Particularly the bottom 25%, because these students sooner or later will become unemployed and unemployable as such. They are treated almost like those who fail to graduate as such, those who do not receive diplomas. Some may resort to some antisocial acts to get some money, but the question is, has society imposed this upon him? Did he have any choice or any alternative as such? There's little doubt in my mind that they traveled this road because they had no alternative.
No alternative because of limited economic opportunities. No alternative because of questionable family stability. No alternative because he feels like a nobody. His ambition is sapped. His anger breeds discontent. The police record is a serious problem for men without education and training, another factor which makes him unemployable. One neighborhood counselor reports 59% of the people who come to him for jobs have some sort of record.
Can you help a kid who's been in trouble, though? I mean, is it possible? Isn't he a bad risk on a job?
I don't really feel that way. I feel that the high percentage of the kids that I meet are very good risk. They need, first of all, understanding. They need liberal employment or employers. They need someone that cares about them, because the employer doesn't understand the causes that happen for a kid to have a police record, which would cause them to find difficulty
What are
in
these
finding
causes?
employment.
What are some of them?
The environment, the social conditions, broken homes, all of these things lead to juvenile delinquency and the kids having records.
The employer says that he wants a qualified Negro with no police record. The Negro got to be pure. They're looking for pure Negro. Now the point is this: all Negroes, for the most part, have a police record, or if not, they should. And it's nothing to say that just because a Negro don't have a police record, don't mean that he hasn't done anything. The only thing this point out is that that particular Negro, perhaps, he hadn't been caught. You can trace it as far back as your father.
We can't get no jobs for Negroes.
If Daddy didn't get a decent job, what the hell am I going to look up to? So what happened? This is for us, divided homes. That means that if you got to get something for your little girlfriend, going on dates and whatever else as a teenager, if you're going to get it, Daddy don't have it, because for the most part, Daddy has been forced away from home. Daddy don't have a decent job, or if not, Daddy for the most part is the pimp up on the corner. You know.
I think that's a good part for us to talk a little bit about Daddy in the home. And instead of the regular 2 minutes, I think I'm going to give 3. Jordan's mom ran right back. She ran right back. Jordan's mom, I thought you dropped. Hold on 1 second. Let me accept you, honey. I thought you dropped, Jordan's mom. Go ahead, wife mom.
You know, this is my second time watching this, and every time I just hear something new. And I just want it to sink in to the dignogs that are down in the comments, because there's a couple of them. These are your fathers. These are your fathers who willfully didn't want to do jack but run the streets and be little nickel and dime criminals, who wanted to use your mother and the little resources she had, but not give back to her or to you. And if they were around looking at you, they told you that they was the man of the house. They were the ones keeping shit together. That it was your mama who was lazy and trifling and didn't want nothing but a check from the government and to marry Uncle Sam. Your daddies, and y'all want to be just like them. You know, one joker talked about the white folks, you know, burnt down, bombed up Black Wall Street. Nigga, that was over 100 years ago. Who burnt down Ferguson, which is a suburb of St. Louis, by the way? Who burnt down Ferguson? Because it wasn't a white T-man. Oh, okay. I can't say no more. I can't say no more right now. My words are gone. But y'all just here just to troll. And I don't even know how you can troll some shit like this. Just degenerate. I land.
All right, my dear. Rita. I bet it's just hard to watch it all over again anyway, even though you know what's going to happen. It's like, oh.
Yeah, because this part pissed me off the most. Because if you couldn't look up to your father, you could have looked up to those goddamn women you were using. You could have looked up to the mama you were living with. Misogyny got y'all where the fuck you at, where you feel like you needed a better role model because you couldn't look up to the women that were taking care of you. And by the way, Black Wall Street didn't need white men because Black Wall Street had black women. I need you motherfuckers to pick up a book or 3. I need you to go to the library like the niggas in this video refuse to. Accommodation after accommodation after accommodation was made for them. And that man said something in that video that irks me to this day. They need to be understood. People have been saying black men need to be explained and understood for decades, but never criticized whatsoever. If you criticize them, you don't understand racism and you hate them. I am tired. I am exhausted. That's all I have for now. And again, this was the peak of black marriage. Now I land. This is who we were married to.
Thank you so much, Rita. Ebony, dear, you've got the floor.
Ooh, yes, ma'am. Wow, this was heavy. I would just like to say this. These men today have taken on a formula that they have been passed down like your old grandma's cookie recipe. This is nothing more than an attempt to say the system has created a way for us to not be able to hustle them anymore. So our final frontier is to get our black women back on board with taking the sandbag for our bad behavior. This is something that I have critically spent my entire life raising my sons against, to get them to understand that this is a passed down mentality. And through watching how their grandfathers met their demise in this mentality is a lesson for them to move in the future as real black men. It is up to us to overstep these type of men's mentality, go to our sons and educate them with videos like these and show them that this is something that has been passed down for decades after decades. A mentality of thinking that in order to be considered a real black man, you got to be hood, you got to be down with your homeboys, and you got to take You got to take everything you can out of this black woman. And a lot of them who are complaining these comments are men who are not even with black women, who have met this idea that being with any other woman but a black woman is going to make their life even better. Even though the Beckys are coming out and becoming the very women that they try to claim that we are, the oppressor, it just blows my mind sometimes to see that, you know, black men still after all this time see that this does not work for any generation of black men, this mentality, and still try to push the narrative anyway. And, you know, just to see a video go back this far in this many generations, far before they was even born, and see that this is nothing new under the sun. Your grandfathers have been playing this game for 100 years. It doesn't work. It has never worked. And the only thing that happens is that you become forgotten about in the future when you become and meet your demise, just like my father did. And that's all I'm going to say right now.
Thank you. Jordan's mom, the way I chuckled inside when I saw your ass run right back up here when I paused it right there, I said, I already know Jordan's mom. Listen. Okay, the floor is yours, baby.
So, yes, I had to come back. First of all, when I tell you that man pissed me off talking about being understood, what you're really saying, motherfucker, is that you're a fuck up. All the people you know are fuck ups, and you want women to give you a titty. You want everybody to make you feel good about the bad choices that you made in your life. That's the thing I be saying that happens in prison. You can tell he's so sympathetic to the felon cause of the felon, because he is a felon. These charlatans, you know what I'm saying? They create havoc in their home. They terrorize their mothers. They end up in prison somewhere. And then while they're in prison, they want to put all their resentment on somebody who didn't choose them. When they get out, they want everybody else, you know what I'm saying, to hate women. You know why? Let me tell you why they hate us. They hate us because their mother was the first woman to see through them, to see through their bullshit, and to tell them, you need to be accountable for yourself. So they think that all black women can see through them. So that's why they have anger, because they want to be the sorry so-and-sos that they are at their core, but we will not allow it. They hate you when you do not allow them to brainwash you, or to fast talk you, or to when you don't soak up the lies. Think about how many times you know a young lady, a friend of yours, and she had some slick talking boyfriend that you couldn't stand, and he couldn't stand you because he didn't want you to tell her that he's slick talking and he a nobody, that he ain't going nowhere. It's all smoke and mirrors. It's all a game, and I've been saying this for forever. Nothing has changed. It's just that now, because of their proximity to smart women, they have fine-tuned their argument, and they have tried to make themselves a victim. And instead of saying it's the black men, they try to first say it's the black community or children. They want proximity to anybody innocent and pure. This man talked about our pure Negro. What in the world, a pure Negro? So you mean to tell me, you know what I'm saying, you're going to call it pure because we're not criminals? As if to say somehow being a criminal comes along with being a Negro. It's the backwoods bootleg propaganda. And all the time these men saying these things are the men who some woman has fed you. Some woman has got you to where you are. Some woman let you use her address so you can get out on parole. Because you could have still been stuck in prison. Come on. Oh, honey, let me go sit down.
Thank you, Jordan's mom. Everybody breathe. All right, we're getting back in. We're going back in. We got about 15 minutes left of this thing. All right, here we go. We're going to breathe in for a count of 4. In. Hold it for 3. Let it out. In for 3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hold it for 3. 1, 2, 3. And take 5 to let it out. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here we go.
Right, and if the employer doesn't take the risk, what happens to the youngster?
Many, many cases he will attack society again.
Too often, the poverty in which he lives leaves him no alternative. In too many cases, the prison term begins before the crime is committed.
I'm hoping to get out of here, but it's due to the fact we tried to save money to find a place, but no one will let us have it. We've even told them we had 4 kids, and they wouldn't accept those, unless it's a place like this. Well, you can see it, the wall is crumbling in. Last Sunday, I don't know what happened upstairs, but I was laying on the bed and I heard something pouring. I went in the water was just pouring all down. It flooded my bathroom. I flushed it myself every day with a bucket for 3 months. We get mice in the bed with the babies. I got up one morning, one was jumping around my icebox. Roaches around where the kids have to eat and everything, but they're in the bed with the babies. We have to keep pulling the bed from the wall every night. They're in the bed with us all night.
Well, do you have any hope?
I feel like really nothing now. I mean, I don't have any ambition of doing anything. I mean,
He cannot escape because he's a victim of his environment. Immediate needs are important, and he often neglects his educational potential. A lack of education means a lack of skills. A skillless man is a jobless man. But even a jobless man needs money, so he schemes. While scheming, he often travels the road that leads to a police record. So it's his environment, his lack of education, and his police involvement that causes his employment problem. Yet his employment problem causes his police involvement, his lack of education, and his ghetto life. Cycle in which the majority of the Negroes find themselves. A cycle of frustration and hopelessness that pervades and distorts his life. Until the Negro can escape, he is moving in circles, and the society which is powering this merry-go-round is moving nowhere.
The question seems to be, what are we going to do to get him off this merry-go-round? Well, fortunately in St. Louis, there is a network of crash programs underway designed to correct the imbalance of meaningful employment as it relates to the underemployed Negro male. Projects like the Work Experience program operated by the Missouri Welfare Department, Work Opportunities Unlimited, the Urban League's pre-vocational training program, and Youth Opportunities Unlimited, all working under the umbrella of the Human Development Corporation, will hopefully add skills and gainful employment to those who need it most. The chief instrument of training is the Diagnostic and Evaluation Center. The work potential of the individual is studied through testing and counseling to diagnose aptitudes and attitudes for work in various areas. Audio-visual tests. General intelligence test. Test for manual dexterity. And, well, you name it. out in a 1-week diagnostic service and an extended 4-week evaluation.
Now, we also operate here as our third component, the vestibule and workshop training area, and this operates in 3 sections. We train in specific skills. We also expose them to an actual work situation so that we can evaluate their performance under actual work conditions. Now, our third section is our group counseling, our pre-vocational, where we give them some idea of what would be expected of them in the work world, how to dress, how to fill out an application, about Social Security, about unions, all the other things they'll need to know that will make them more employable. And out of this, we expect that those who stay with us will end up on jobs, and our experience over the last 3 years has been just that. If they stay, they do end up on a job.
This diagnostic center evaluates and trains people who heretofore were termed unemployable. Now, most of them are sent here from the Gateway Centers. Incidentally, the Human Development Corporation operates 13 such centers. Their most valuable service revolves around the employment team.
We have 13 teams of employment workers, employment counselors, a total of about 45 men and women scattered in all of the neighborhood stations. And since June, when the manpower program was begun, more than 12,000 men and women and older youth have applied for job help. They place an average of 75 to 100 men and women every week, and yet for every one they can place, there are at least 3 or 4 or 5 who are waiting, seeking a job. A counselor estimates that only about 1 out of every 3 of the men and women that he sees and his team sees are really ready to go to work in today's labor market. They need better education, they need some kinds of skill training. Yet, as the counselors offer these men and women skill training, many of them seem to have to say, no, I can't take it, I need a job now, I need income now, and the training doesn't offer me enough money. I can't support a family on $35 a week that the training will provide. This is a choice they have to make, and yet it's a self-defeating choice, because without the extra skills and without better reading ability, the man will continue to be at the bottom of the barrel in the labor market.
As you've seen here, the females far outnumber the males, and of course everyone wants to know why. I guess if we knew the answer to that, we have solved a lot of our problems. We can only guess. Discrimination certainly has had its part in it. People who have not had jobs for many years, who found that the doors have been closed to them, find other ways of living and just believe that they aren't open now. Secondly, we believe that probably our allowances are not sufficient to get males into the program. And third, we just haven't done the job of convincing them that this does offer them something for it.
All right, y'all.
Plot twist.
Go ahead and open it up, Rita.
No, that is, I'm glitching again, but that part right there.
Wait, somebody said run it back. Somebody said run it back. Hold it, Rita. Hold it, Rita.
Okay.
Hold it. Somebody said run it back. I'm going to run it back.
I gotta go. I can't wait for you to run it back. Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
No, just go ahead and drop me. It's okay.
Okay. Let me see. Hold on. Let me run it back a little bit.
In the labor market.
As you've seen here, the females far outnumber the males, and of course everyone wants to know why. I guess if we knew the answer to that, we have solved a lot of our problems. We can only guess. Discrimination certainly has had its part in it. People who have not had jobs for many years, who found that the doors have been closed to them, find other ways of living and just believe that they aren't open now. Secondly, we believe that probably our allowances are not sufficient to get males into the program. And third, we just haven't done the job of convincing them that this does offer them something for it.
We're going to start with Rita because Rita has been waiting 3 hours for us to get to this moment. Go right ahead, Rita.
How is it that the women that were manually flushing toilets with buckets of fucking water had the time and energy to also go and do that program, when the men who had concession after concession after concession made for them couldn't bring themselves to do it? And you don't, that's a rhetorical question, because we're still doing it to this day while getting made fun of for having student loans. Still to this day, we are doing it while getting made fun of for having student loans. I glitched the first time I watched this because it's the same shit, different toilet, and we flushing that motherfucker with water in a bucket. I land there.
Let me go on down to Ebony, wife, mom, and then Aries. Ebony, what was your emotional reaction when you found out after all this time, this whole fucking 50 minutes of a video, 2 hours worth of commentary, that when we get to the end of it, these motherfuckers still don't show up, and it's black women who did? Go ahead. Miss Ebony.
Yep, I'm here. Okay, so here's the thing. Like I said, I had a dad who grew up in Chicago, born in 1947. This what I'm seeing here is nothing but a confirmation of his own stories that came out of his own mouth before he passed away. It's the lack of willfulness to want to do something different other than what you've been seeing in the hood. See, I said in the comments before, my dad had the opportunity to be an electrical engineer. He actually became a first-class electrician in Omaha, Nebraska, even made the paper. He also obtained a sous chef degree and other degrees, graduated from high school. He was at the top of his class. But what attracted him the most was the lure of pimping and drug dealing that seemed to be more of like a club-like attitude of wanting to cling on to those men who were not willing to get up and make themselves available as far as producers and productivity amongst the black community. You have to understand that what I learned from my dad was there was a willfulness to be ignorant. Okay? There was a willfulness to be ignorant amongst black men. It was appealing, it was attractive, and it was and any black man who really tried to apply themselves to be productive, they were what black men call now simps. You know, like how they try to compare Russell Wilson to Future. It was like that back then, all those years back. The hood black men would criticize the productive black men and basically say that they're trying to be like white men. They're trying to be simps because they won't stay down with the cause, which the cause was bullshit. Really just want to be a hood mentality and try to convince black women that this is the best we'll ever get because they have already accepted defeat against the white man, even if they did have intelligence. You know, most men in prison are actually intelligent. They just willfully squandered it to look cool amongst their friends and their partners and their relatives. And that really is a thing, man. That's really a thing of wanting to be adapted. That's why we even have YNs that exist in the first place, because the willfulness to be ignorant is alluring and attractive to these young black men. The idea of actually having to apply yourself, change your mentality, and stand on business is what scares the shit out of them, because a lot of them are scared to succeed because they realize that with success comes the rhetorical responsibility of maintaining that damn success. That's the truth. I watched my daddy die at 74 years old, squander his life because he wanted to walk away from being a good man and be down there with the pimps and become a pimp and a damn drug dealer and a heroin addict. I watched him die with me. He died alone. He was married 3.
Baby, you are using every single TikTok word that's not allowed. Every single one of them. And I let a 2 or 3 go because you're emotional, but you didn't a bit. We can't say D word. We have to say unalive. We can't name D Ruggs by name. You didn't gave us the capital H. You're using every single one that we're not allowed to use. I'm sit and chill for a second. I'm gonna check back with wife, mom. But I get it. But you cannot. You're gonna get me bananaed, and I'm gonna be offline for a week. Go ahead, wife, mom.
To watch those women, as Rita said, being able to find the resources, the transportation, the babysitting, the time to study and do these programs and succeed while men ain't got jack shit to do, nothing but stand on the corner and still can't do it is I just again don't have words for it. And I just want to say this too: the women who were going through this program in order to make a better life for themselves and the children they had with them at that given moment, there were also excuse me, young women who were single and not mothers who knew they didn't want to go down that path. My mother and my aunt were two of those women that went to, I think it was at the secretarial pool, they called it at the time, and business school. That's what it went to, business school, to learn how to type and to file and to do basic accounting. They did, it just wasn't the trades per se, the manual trades. There was also business classes and stuff that went on along with this, and women took advantage of that shit, and the men said, fuck it, I'm gonna be out on the
Bookkeeping.
street.
How many of us are related to somebody who their mama or their auntie or their grandma went to school for bookkeeping? That was very
Me.
That was very, very common. My mama did that, bookkeeping. She never used it. Actually, she did. She did actually end up using it in a very different way. But bookkeeping was the thing. Like so many of the I did some bookkeeping classes. My mom's bookkeeping classes ended up turning into her doing purchasing and ordering for an entire 600-bed hospital. That's what when my mama retired, that's what her job was. She dealt with the vendors and did the purchasing and ordering for the food for a 600-bed hospital.
Yep, it turned it. My mother did that, and it led to her being the general manager of several hotels in the St. Louis area in the 70s, which enabled her to be able to go ahead and divorce my dad, because my dad wasn't perfect. Don't get me wrong. He is a nigga that kept a job, but he was not perfect, and he did abuse her. But because she went through those programs too and was able to work and get a job and take care of us, that's what that program did for her. And that manpower program, hell, I even went through that in the late 80s and early 90s to get my typing skills and my office manager skills up, which is something that has carried me this entire time in my adult work life. So niggas ain't shit. You niggas ain't shit.
We're almost to the end of this thing. We're gonna pop in with Aries. Give us a minute or two of your of where you're at with this. But I'm gonna say this right now. I'm so triggered at this thought, right? So let me share my triggering with y'all. We hear the men say they should teach these things in school. Motherfucker, they do. You have to go to that school. School is the basics. The general education. We call it general education. General fucking education. If you want to know about typing, you want to know about electrical work, you want to know whatever, you go to the schools that was for that. And they had free programs. They still do. You got to fill out a form. Y'all know how I talk about niggas can't fill out forms. Go ahead, Aries, and then I think we might be able to ride out the rest of the movie. I hope. We'll see. Go ahead, honey.
Thank you. This this video, it's everything that has been missing when it comes to like what I needed to see what it really is. Like, this is wild. Like, this, so when I express issues to so-called white tea people and I get told, oh, you're playing the victim, that's true in so many words. Like, damn, this has been going on for I don't have words for it. I just feel I really feel like at this point in time, it's like being ostracizing and blacklisting individuals that are black men that just don't get right is the key for people to, for black women to begin being safe and treated right. Like, this has to be a population thing, because this is in our DNA. Like, this is passed down
I do not want to
generations.
believe that it's in our DNA. I
I
do
hope
not want to
not.
believe it's in our DNA. All right. I will now. Rita and I split on the biology, the nature versus nurture conversation all the time, because there's certain things that are man stuff that I think are nature, and she's like, no, Yellow, it's nurture, and that's cool. We still gonna have this conversation one day, but when it comes to black men specifically, I do not believe that it's nature. I very much believe it's nurture. I very much believe it's nurture. But let's go ahead and let's make it. Let's push through. It's about 9 minutes left, so let's push through.
The stability of the Negro family, just as the white family, depends upon the stability of the man. If he is to head his home, he must have a job. If he cannot conform to the social norm, if he cannot meet his financial obligations, if he cannot react out of a sense of being responsible, then he loses respect for himself, his family loses respect for him, and finally, every semblance of family disintegrates as he helplessly looks on. The Missouri Welfare Department, in an effort to help stabilize the destitute family, and at the same time keep the man in the home, has instituted what is called a work experience program. It is designed to put dignity back into the unemployed father by either training or retraining him to be a productive member in today's labor force.
How'd you find out about the work experience program?
Well, I found out about when I ran out of unemployment checks, and I knew the hustle wasn't no good. I knew, after a while, I just gave up on it. I went over to the welfare office to ask them for something, because we wanted to try everything. We didn't want to do nothing real sneaky, like let her get on ABC. I'll leave home, and she'll tell the people that I deserted them. She has to go through this to get on ABC, to get child support. We didn't want to do that, And we went over there and found out about the work experience over at the welfare office.
And what are you doing now in the work experience program? What are you learning how to do?
Well, I'm going to be a welder.
Looking forward to the future?
Oh, yeah.
Families together?
Mm-hmm.
Not selling anymore?
No, we get along pretty good now. The only trouble I have now is the kids. That's going to be trouble, telling me what to do.
Business and industry have as yet failed to fully play their role in meeting the problems of the central city. Too often businessmen have brushed aside the needs of the more unfortunate people. They have taken such attitudes as, there's nothing that can be done. If we don't notice it, it will go away by itself. This isn't our problem. It's their fault anyway. Those who think in these terms are wrong. Those people and their problems are there, and they will be there. We have in St. Louis block after block of slums where people exist in hopelessness on welfare handout. Poor people make poor customers. Do you want to keep paying taxes to keep these people on the welfare rolls? Or would you rather put them on the payroll and make them customers?
I think the principal effort of Work Opportunities Unlimited with employers is to get employers to understand that the people of this group need to be given opportunities to get on the economic ladder so that they can earn a paycheck, and in that way be taken off of the relief rolls and thereby lowering taxes, etc. This is a simple economic lesson.
Either private industry will take the initiative in finding economically sound jobs in our tight labor market for these disadvantaged, or it will be the federal government with its inevitable markup, taxes, and control. Whether industry or government does the job, it will be industry that will pay the bill. Only the bill will be at least double, and the results at best dubious, if the federal government takes over industry's jobs. Industry today is inadequately capitalizing upon these vast resources. In failing to do so, has set up the stage for what well may become, in the expanding series of great American cities, an explosive chain of superwatts.
The people who control the economics in this country is responsible for the entire problem that exists for the Negro.
That's what in the hell are we going to do about it? That's what we're going to do. Now, we can talk all night, but what are we really going to do? And what about those handkerchief-head brothers? Are we going to do what we would do if we made a mistake on a piece of paper, erase it? Or are we going to just leave it there knowing that it will be rejected sooner or later? I mean, we've got to take some concrete action. Or forget it.
Right. And don't talk anymore. Once we get started, no cooling off period, no nothing. Just hit and hit and hit until we have completed what we started out to do.
Right. We're human beings. And this is what we want. We want to be treated the same as human beings anywhere in the world are treated. As a human being.
Have you ever felt like a free human being with dignity?
Well, I don't know how they feel.
Things have been that hard with you.
Just that hard.
How hard has it been?
Oh, I just can't talk about it. It's been rough with me. I have took from the knee part of my old man's pants down to the leg where he even told the knee. I have took that knee part and washed both of them legs and put both of them together and take the scissors and cut my oldest boy, that boy what you seen in there last night, and cut them some kind of little pants to put on and take a strip and make some spindles to hide them children naked. I've been just that bad.
Once the poet Carl Sandburg asked, what is a man worth? What can he do? On the one hand, those who buy labor. On the other hand, those who have nothing to sell but their labor. And when the buyers of labor tell the sellers, nothing doing today, not a chance, then what? When, as the Wirtz report points out, unemployment or sub-employment in the slums of St. Louis is so much worse than it is in the country as a whole? What when almost 50% of these people are unable to earn a decent living?
All right, y'all. So it's just the credits from there. I'm going to give my first part of recap. Number one, have you sent your Daily Heart Me? Has everybody sent their Daily Heart Me? Please make sure that you send your Daily Heart Me if you've not yet sent your Daily Heart Me. Make sure that you're doing that. If you want to hit the tip jar is there. Yellow Chick 80 at the CA. Y'all know where that's at. $1 will do you, $2 or whatever it is. If you feel like you learned something here today, you feel like you got something out of the conversation, you know, a little something in a tip jar don't hurt nobody. All right. But let's get to the conversation. I'm gonna tell you my overall take back from this shit is the white man did not give the black woman money in order to kick the man out the house. The white man gave the black woman money because the black man would not work and upkeep his house. And While he continued to give the black woman money because her man was useless, he said, "Hey, useless man, let me give you some programs so that you can become useful." And the black man said, "I ain't coming." He said, "Look, I know that the test is too fucking hard for you. Let me make the test easier so you can pass." And the black man said, "I ain't coming." He said, "Hey, listen, I know that this trade was normally 5 years long. How about we make it 2 years for you?" And he said, "I ain't coming." He said, "Hey, look, how about I make all these different accommodations for you and y'all could come?" And you know what happened? The black woman said, "Hey, if my man ain't coming, is it okay if I come instead?" He said, "Hey, you know what? What am I going to do? Come on." And a black woman took up 60% of the space of programs that were made for black men for years and years and years that he refused to come. And then 60 years later, I have to hear this black man's grandson come on the goddamn internet to tell us that we kicked him out the motherfucking house. We never kicked you out the fucking house. You left out the house instead of going to fucking school, instead of being able to take up for your own family, instead of marrying the woman that you made babies with. Instead, y'all wanted to wear, what did they call it? The Jaguar fucking hats and leather coats to look cool on a stool outside. That's what the fuck y'all were doing in the 1960s. Now, welcome up, Mr. Ray Charles. I hope that you could see something that we saw. Go right on ahead. Raymond, the floor is yours. Raymond. Oh, Mr. Raymond dropped himself. That'd be crash out number 2 for today. That'd be crash out number 2 for today. Ladies, if you want to come on up, y'all could come on up. I'm going to go ahead and open up the 8 count for us to have full discussion. Rita, if you'd like to lead us into that discussion, go right on ahead. We're open for the full count at this point in time. The whole real live is starting at this time. Rita, the floor is yours.
What pisses me off is the conditions of those houses. If you couldn't do anything else, you could have fixed those houses on the inside. If you couldn't do anything else, you could have gotten the mice out of the bed with your kids. If you couldn't do anything else, you could have sprayed pesticide to keep the bugs out of those houses. You couldn't even do that. You couldn't even improve your own living conditions. You left everything on those women and called them masculine and expected them to share in your shame. Expected them to be ashamed. And that woman at the end was. And that's how they want us, with our shoulders slumped, our hair undone, averting our eyes from the public out of shame. That's what they want us to go back to instead of leaving them behind. That's what they want for us. That woman is probably the part of that video that broke me the most. Because you don't care enough about yourself to improve your living conditions. You expect us to do it all. And when we make up the 60% of the programs that you won't take advantage of, you expect us to drag you with us. That's why the Niggerfesto said that the decline in Black marriage was the decline in Black men's economic development. Because Black women are Black men's economic development until we decide not to be. I'll land there for now.
Thank you. Welcome up Kente and then Hypervillain and then Aries in that order. Hey, Kente.
Hey,
First and foremost,
How
are
you
you
doing?
okay? Ciao.
I'm sorry. I have tears in my eyes right now from that last part. Actually, I made it through most of the video, and I had to put my phone down, to be honest, because like so many here, even without all of the information from this video, I've known and I've been sharing a lot of this information because y'all know we like to read over here. And in the face of so much historical fact, and even listening to my grandmother when she was alive, uh, and then the women from my communities speak about their experiences with men, what life was like back then, just to be told when sharing real information that you're just lying, you just hate men. When it's well documented that the fatherless epidemic started way before the smug epidemic. Like, it's supposed to be validating, but it just makes me angrier to know the truth, but to be rebuffed so maliciously by men who are also demanding your respect. It's a sick game, and it's one that I bought out of I can't say very early. I've known this for just a few years now, because I used to not have any way to respond or to argue against when they would tell these lies. I didn't know what to say. It wasn't true because it just didn't add up, you know? It didn't add up that all of the present fathers in the traditional days they want to harken back to produced such filth that's running around nowadays. It didn't come together in my mind. And now, we have all of these sources that expose the truth, and there's still so much pushback. There's still so much, you just hate men. Or right after hearing, why women had to take extra assistance because the men chose not to provide. Right after hearing that, you'll see some doofus in the comments going, ran to the government. When it wasn't even available for it wasn't even available for us. Everything that I did see from that video, as informative as it was, is very jarring. I am okay. I'm just really angry. And I'm the Herculean effort I'm spending right now to keep my voice level. I think I'm growing new muscles because this is kind of crazy, but it's wild just what we have to go up against, I'll just say that for now. Thank you.
Hey y'all, uh, we watched this video in study hall, and there were definitely things that I was not privy to when we watched it. And like Rita, I definitely felt some type of way when the woman who was being interviewed was speaking, because it just reinforces how Black women have felt historically, this 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 weight on their shoulders of trying to sustain and upkeep, you know, a sense of dignity and provide for children. And Black men just, saying oftentimes out loud and oftentimes inadvertently that they don't care about progress. They don't care about the community as it is. And so when I hear Black men on these panels talk about, well, we need to bring back the wealth, we need to build back Black wealth, it's just like, who's doing the building? Because it ain't you, it's the women. And it's always been the women. And that is the point that we've been trying to hammer into them, is that your vision of Black wealth comes at the expense of Black women, because you have proven that you are not interested in doing the work to create the wealth. You want to make quick money, and quick money spends just as fast as you earn it. And these men don't have the vision to actually want to build a foundation that is going to be sustainable. They love to bring up other communities and what they do. They love to bring up, um, how Asians keep their money in the community, how Hispanics keep their money in the community, blah, blah, blah. But when you tell Black men how they don't do that, then it becomes you hate Black men. It's like, no, you don't even spend the money that you do earn in the community. You much rather spend it on luxury goods and things that make it seem like you're that guy. You're not investing it into the community. And that's what we've been telling you this entire time. So I really hope that Black women continue to see that we are the ones that sustain the community, and we are the ones that are providing for the children and setting them up for a future. These Black men ain't gonna do it. They're not interested. They're gonna pivot. They're gonna make excuses, and if we allow them to have any level of control, it will undo everything that Black women have done.
Thank y'all for being very good while I stepped away for a second. I still heard y'all. I'm watching it from my backup on my phone, so I carried the phone with me to the bathroom because I needed to pee. I've been holding my urine for like an hour in this damn conversation. I forgot who was next. I think Ebony is next, if I'm correct. So Ebony, go right on ahead, honey.
I think he said Aries after me.
Okay, Aries, then Ebony. Yep, that's fine.
If it's okay, if Miss Ebony can go, and then I'll go after. I'm moving some things.
All right, Miss Ebony, the floor is yours. Let me peek real quick. We're at 167,000. Let's get us up to 200,000. After everybody's gone, I'll see if we can open it up and do some algorithm stuff and see if we get some ops up here that maybe they want to argue that we did in fact kick them out the house. We could see how that shit goes. So Miss Ebony, the floor is yours, dear.
Thank you so much. First, I'd like to say my apologies for that first rant. I'm very new to TikTok, and I do not know the rules on how to talk. So watching that video kind of inflamed me because it made me relive some of the last parts of my dad's lives when he finally decided to confess about how he really lived his life. And it just angered me because here I had a father who had all the opportunity in the world to be the greatest man he could have ever been. And then for me to be born into the least part of his life that he was willing to live, at least for his child, he gave up on me. He gave up on himself. And to see how it played out in real time on video strikes a nerve with me because it's different than listening to the stories from my dad. You know, he confessed in his last days that, he understood why he ended up the way he ended, and he knew that it was by his own willful choice to live in the manner he chose to live. And it struck a nerve in me to the point where I lost my thought on how to properly express myself. So I just want to say this. At some point in time, us women are going to have to realize that there is some generation of men we are just going to have to hop over, leave them in the hands of God, and start with the youthful young men who haven't been introduced to this type of mentality, to show them these videos and show them this is how easy it is to become a nobody. This is a self-inflicting choice. And if we don't take initiative to go for our younger youth instead of constantly focusing on the ones who are set in stone with their ways, I think we've all heard that term, set in their ways. This is a lot of that right here that's going on right now. And it's unfortunate that you have YNs who are too young to be fully developed mentally, who are set in this mentality. We have to decide whether or not are we going to keep trying to build bridges with trying to get these people to these men to understand that they are at the default of their own demise, and start looking forward to helping the youth straight out of birth, to letting them know that this is a lifestyle that has never, ever worked.
All right, thank you.
Or we could just continue being a matriarchy and letting them do what they do, and as long as they don't do it in our house. And yes, we are a matriarchy, and nobody will ever, ever shame me out of saying that again.
Okay. I agree. Aries, the floor is yours. Y'all start doing the algorithm things. Y'all know what all the algorithm things are to try and get some ops in here. If it gets that bad, that we're not getting any ops, I don't mind doing a restart just to get ops. But I prefer us to be able to just organically get them in here, to see if they are trying to argue that this is not the case, if they want to keep their effing argument that they did not that we kicked them out the fucking house and all of the bullshit. Aries, go ahead, and then Oracle, the floor is yours.
It's man, wow. Yeah. I'm blown away, and a lot of things are making sense now with like just experiences that I have had myself. I met my father one time, and it was at the expense of, apparently me and my brother were being bad kids, but just from that one meeting, everything that has been expressed in this video about black men, he definitely portrayed. Told me I needed to respect him because he was my dad. Yet he didn't even remember my name because I told him my name and then he told me a different name after and was never there. This idea that us black men, we deserve respect because we are black men. God, I really don't have a lot to say. I'm kind of jumbled up and flustered and feeling a lot of things right now. Just as a, like, cause I mean, I'm a part of it, right? Like I'm a part of it. Like I'm part of the problem. And it's blowing my mind. I don't think that us black men should be left to just kind of do whatever we've been doing as long as we don't do it in the house, because if we're doing what we've been doing, it's like the destruction of the black population. I really think that we need to be ostracized.
Okay. We got somebody loading up named Daryl. Daryl, the floor is yours when you're ready. Now on my phone, it looks like he's up, but there you go. Welcome up, Daryl. What are your thoughts? Daryl, the floor is yours. I'm calling again, Daryl. There you go. The floor is yours. What would you like to say and what would you like to share?
Hold on, give me 1 second. Hold on. You can go to somebody else. Hold up. My floor.
Hey, Miramel. So we'll go Miramel, Cha-Cha, and then we'll check back with Daryl.
I think my takeaway from this video.
Oh, baby, Miramel, your sound is really bad, honey. I don't know where you're at, but you sound like you're inside a vending machine. And somebody pushed the button. Okay, Cha-Cha, go ahead, honey.
Is that any better?
Oh, yes. Okay, so Cha-Cha, wait, we'll go to Miramel first. Go ahead, Miramel.
Okay, I have my Bluetooth in, so I just turned it off. Sorry. My main takeaway from this whole morning of conversation and watching the video and just breaking it down is that I hope that Black women were in the room who didn't know, didn't have an idea, bought into the rhetoric, the PH fallacies. I hope they were there, because the takeaway should be, when you hear people talk about Black women and using us as the villain or the scapegoat for why Black men haven't achieved, let this be the thing that disavows you of that thought process, of that mentality. Know that you are special. Know that you're amazing. Know that you have overcome insurmountable odds. And keep doing you. Keep doing the things. That's my takeaway. I'm trying not to cry.
It has been really rough, right? It's been really rough. In a good way, and in an avenging way, and also in a sad way. There's like, I think most of you, if you're feeling the emotions that I'm feeling, you're feeling all of them, right? You're feeling angry, you're feeling avenged. You're feeling like, nigga, I knew it wasn't us. And then also like, why did it have to be you? Why did this have to be, whatever? I think, I'm gonna tell you what's really pisses me off the most, right? I wanted it to be the white man's fault. Actually, I knew it wasn't our fault. I knew it wasn't our fault, but I wanted it to be the white man's fault. I'm gonna just let him right there. Go ahead, Cha-Cha.
Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. And yeah, that was emotional. I didn't even get to see all of it, but the woman at the end was exactly an example of when sometimes I feel helpless as a Black woman who's trying to navigate and just be my authentic self. And there's loads of kind of different barriers, but what's more heartbreaking is the men in our life that's meant to support us and that is meant to understand and be empathetic and wanting to fight against that resistance. Instead, what I'm finding is that they're quite happy to jump on the side of the oppressor and do the work for the oppressor. And so when that woman was feeling all that shame and everything else, my heart really did kind of a ping, because I felt that too. And it does feel like it's overwhelming at times when you're fighting against not only people who look like you, because they're men, but when you are actively trying to stand up to that system too. So it's heartbreaking in that respect, and especially for all the women and femme presenting people in our lives. I was the one who invited Darrell, because he said something about the patriarchy. Well, who's oppressing me as a woman? So I'm really interested to hear what he has to say.
Oh, I'm not interested in the derailment in that conversation. So today we're actually talking about Black women did not put Black men out the house. That is an attempt to use things that they know that we're emotionally attached to derail the conversation into something else so that they can spin away from taking the accountability that is in this conversation today. So no, I'm not interested in talking about how the patriarchy does or does not harm Black women today.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. And it is heartbreaking that women have been doing all that they have in order to survive on very, very little. And their biggest op is the men that's meant to love them and care for them. That was my point, really, in seeing that. Aries, you had said something about your dad. Well, the first time I met him was at his funeral. That was the first time for me when I met him. I came over to Queens and attended the funeral, and that was the first time I'd seen him, laid eyes on him that wasn't a picture. So, I think that's the thing. Like, there's always, and that was the first Black man who disappointed me. Do you know, I think that's the thing where people are saying, you know, why do you hate men? And I'm not. I hate the behaviours. And if, for instance, that's been buried for 50 odd year, then we've never known the truth. We've always had shouldered some type of blame when it was always their choice. Those men could have done, should have done, and they didn't do. And it's good that it's reaffirming what we always thought, but at the same time, it's deeply sad.
Thank you. And this is like definitely something that I've been talking about on my platform, right? If we have a topic, this is not me picking at you, Cha-Cha, this whoever, right? Because I'm glad that he came up. Be nice to hear a man have something to say about the conversation that we're having today, because I think it's very important that we hear men's voice, Black men's voice on this conversation. But like, we cannot allow them to derail us because they figured out what emotionally impacts us. So they know that we're emotionally impacted by the word female. So now they can avert having the conversation by saying female. So they said female and they said female 3 times. And now we're ready to blow up the entire conversation to address them saying female. They know we're emotionally impacted by the word female. They know it. So now they can come up here with their lazy shit selves, never address the conversation because they say female 3 times. Like Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice, Beetlejuice. And we fucking fall for that shit all the time. Right? They know we're emotionally impacted by the word patriarchy. So they're going to say patriarchy. And when they say patriarchy, we're going to get off their neck and talk about patriarchy. They know we're emotionally impacted by essay. So they'll mention essay. And now we're not going to talk about the fact that they bullshit us around talking about we kicked them out the house because we're going to spiral off to talk about essay. No, not over here. You're going to have to go somewhere else to do that bullshit. Because we can talk about essay, we can talk about patriarchy, we can talk about the word female and all that other kind of shit. But I'm going to tell you right now, you're not going to get more than 3 seconds of me correcting you on that. And we're going to get right back to we're going to get right back. Because you guys use these tactics to get our foot off your neck on the places and spaces that you're supposed to be held accountable for. And it be Black man versus accountability. And Black man loses every time. Y'all refuse to be accountable for the things that you're supposed to be accountable for. But with all of that, the conversation today is Black women did not kick Black men out the house. Black men did not want to work and they did not want to learn. What say you?
Yeah, I kind of, or thanks for having me up, and hello to the panel. But in my opinion, it doesn't matter, who kicked who out of the house. I think that all in all, Black men and Black women were, forced to do what they had to do under certain situations.
Pause. So when
You gonna let me
programs, no.
talk?
You are going to talk. But as you go, we're going to make a conversation out of it, right? So when Black men refused training that was offered to them, how would you align that with doing what they had to do?
Because the system wasn't built for Black men to thrive.
Wonderful. Did the system have to be built for you in order for you to operate in it? Did it need to be built for you? It wasn't built for us either. Did it need to be built for you?
Yeah.
So you feel like if you guys didn't need to do shit because the system wasn't built for you.
It's not that we didn't have to do anything, but
Well, there were opportunities to do something, right? There were several trainings that were made available to you for free.
That doesn't, but when you're
You chose not to
oppressed,
use
that doesn't
them.
mean, but when you're being oppressed, you don't know what the oppressor's up to. So you can't just go into a situation blindly, not knowing what the end result was going to
Okay.
be. You know what I mean? You could
Darrell,
definitely.
Darrell. Let's be Darrell, right? Let's be real. So you didn't want to do the training because you didn't know what the oppressor was up to. So what did you do instead?
I'm sorry. Can you repeat that? I'm sorry.
What did black man do instead? Okay, you look at the thing and you're like, ooh, that training on electrician, it might be a trap. Oh my God, that HVAC class, it might be a trap. It might be a black man trap. It might be a nigga trap. That training, that free training might be a nigga trap. So I'm not going to go over there for the nigga trap training. What did you do instead?
I'm not sure what they did instead. I wasn't there, but I know that, for the most part, you're forced to conform. A lot of men,
Hold on, Rita. Hold on.
chose a lot of men chose alternative
What are the
things to
alternatives?
do. Crime, rob, steal, whatever they had to do to survive.
So do you think that the crime, rob, steal was better than the trap of training?
Probably not, but people
So
in certain situations, when
let's
you're
wrap
forced
it
into
all
certain
in.
situations.
Let's tie
Oh
it in a
my
bow.
God, bro.
Let's tie it in a bow. Right? Let's tie it in a bow. If we understand that the rob steal stuff was the other option and y'all didn't, and that's the option that you chose, and we understand on today that it wasn't the better option, can we conclude it wasn't black women's fault?
I didn't blame black women. I don't think
I want
I
you to
don't
just
think
go
it's
ahead
black
and say
women's
it. It
fault.
wasn't black women's fault.
It's not black women's fault.
Thank you so
It's not.
much.
It's
That's
not the black
literally
men's
all I
fault
needed from you.
either,
Next caller. Rita, go ahead and respond, honey. I know you were ready to crash out, but I just wanted him to say,
He watched. Oh, hold on. My food ready. Hold on.
okay. Is there anybody up here that didn't get a chance to go while we're waiting for Rita or wants
I
to go
can
again?
honestly, yeah, I can honestly say that that in itself is the problem, is you are being presented with the evidence, but instead of saying like, oh, let me formulate a another opinion based off of new evidence, you rather deflect and you rather pivot and say, oh, well, the reason why the men didn't accept the training was because nigga drafts are nefarious. Nigga drafts are going to keep us down. Nigga drafts are setting us up. You set your own trap. You set your own trap the moment that you decided that selling smugs and becoming a pimp was more viable than a trade.
Well, and you know what? Can I say this about the nigga traps? How is school a nigga trap? But when the CIA dropped smugs in your community, that wasn't a nigga trap? Y'all jumped on that, but that wasn't a nigga trap? Shut up. Shut up. Miss me with the BS because y'all stay with the fucking excuse. The nigga traps that were actually set out there for you, guess what? Y'all fell for every last one of them. Y'all don't read and y'all don't vote. Were those not nigga traps? Are y'all not snared in the nigga traps today? Shut the fuck up.
Ooh.
How did he watch the same video that we all watched and come to that conclusion? How did you watch the same video that we all watched and when you said, what did they do instead of going to school? He said, I don't know, I wasn't there. You've been here the whole time in the comments talking about Black Wall Street. You were here, you saw what they did.
Miramel, I just want you to know how you ate with how you fell for the nigga trap of them putting D-rugs in the community, but you ain't fall for the training nigga traps. You ate with that shit so hard. Welcome up, Gigi. Gigi, did you mean to come up or were you just tapping? Because I know sometimes it'd be an accident for Gigi, but if not, I'm so excited to see you up here. Gigi said it was an accident. Okay, no problem, honey. I'm gonna let you down. We're back open, y'all.
I think that given that he has watched that and we all watched that and we all understood, that these men were doing everything oppositional to take any of those opportunities. We know that we don't get opportunities as Black people as often as it is for other people, but they didn't grasp that with both hands. They didn't, take advantage of any of that, even if it was a trap. Why didn't they go and figure it out? And then they could have always just stopped, But the fact that they didn't take the opportunity, and I think that it's so ingrained in in men that they haven't evolved in the 50 years because they're still looking for excuses. There was Dario, we all watched the same thing, and he wasn't committed to holding other men accountable. And that has to take some kind of a weakness or, I don't know, misogyny to believe that, oh, well, they've done this and they've got an excuse for that. That shows you how beaten down men like Daryl are. And instead of looking at the reality and holding men accountable, holding themselves accountable, they're still making excuses left, right, and centre because that's easier than a small truth that would hurt their ego. He doesn't even want to hurt men's ego from the 1950s because he knows that that's where his empathy is, not in the hard work that women have had to do, but just in the fact that a man's ego might be at threat. That was it.
I want to say really quickly, I want to bring up a nigga trap that was exposed in 2022. The fact that record labels are taking out life insurance policies on the artists that they sign, that is a nigga trap. Because here we have an industry that is outwardly promoting violence against women, violence against children, violence against the community, and they themselves are profiting the moment that an artist unalives due to pew pew violence. That is a nigga trap. That is a nigga trap that they willfully sign up for. And it was because of the French Montana. He was the one to expose this, that record labels are using insurance policies to cash in on rappers unaliving. So yeah, nigga traps.
Marriage is a nigga trap for Black women.
This is just all the traps.
Hold on.
But
I
it's
want y'all to know that Gunja DM'd me. Y'all know Gunja. Gunja DM'd me a miniature crash out, just a one sentencer. You're lame, and I pray for you and your family. God bless. Like out of nowhere, he wanted to let me know that I was lame and that he's praying for me and my family. What about today's conversation would make
Did
one
he
think?
pray for that Black man that made that video?
I don't know. But listen, for those of you guys that are in the Discord, there is a section in the Discord which is something in my DM, laughing in my DMs or whatever. So listen, if you ever get any of these weirdo DMs from people and you feel like you want to just screenshot and share for us to all enjoy, there is a channel for that. I'll be adding this to the channel right now. Let me go right on ahead. And I think I might even write him back and say, thank you. It is my goal to be lame every day. Lame to you niggas every day. Let's just go ahead and send that. Oh, he blocked me. He can't get it back. Oh, so listen, y'all. Gunja Man will not be back because apparently he blocked us. So there we go. But yeah, there is a space in the Discord for us to put our DM crash outs in for us to share and enjoy with each other. So So I guess Ganja Man won't be back. Oh, we hurt his fifis. Today's live hurt his fifis. And it's incredible the amount of things that we've actually said that never hurt Ganja Man's fifis. But this right here, this exposure hurt his fifis to the point that he needed to block us. And I think that that's a part of the issue. Anytime Black men are confronted with their own reality, they cannot deal with it. They cannot deal with it, cannot sit in it. They cannot, and this is why they'll never be changed. Because I don't know who said it first, but the first step to change is admitting that you have a problem. And they will not admit that they have a problem, and therefore there will never be change. We are going to perpetually, to infinity, be in these issues with these niggas because they will not sit in the fact that there is a problem. We sat in the fact that we had a problem with teen pregnancy. We sat in the issues that we had a problem with coddling our boys. We sat in the problem of us needing to lean on the system ourselves, and that education was the system, was the answer, right? We have been sitting as Black women in our issues. We have no problem to sit down and have these conversations privately, publicly, on panels, in discords or whatever. We have been sitting in the spaces where we have fallen short, and that is why you see that there is changes where Black women are concerned. But these men cannot sit in it. They cannot confront it. They cannot admit it. They want to pretend that none of this shit is happening, and they will never evolve because of it. And the panel is open. I'm gonna mute myself. Y'all jump in where you want to.
I think we were saying yesterday that as women, we've come to the conclusion that the only way to save humanity is to first address sexism and misogyny, because starting with that ism is the key to breaking down the rest of the isms. But it starts with women realizing that we all share in something, which is how heavily AB'd we are when it comes to men and their actions and how they move in society and how they do business affects our well-being, our quality of life. So yeah, starting with sexism and misogyny.
I agree. Welcome up, Momo. The floor is yours, honey.
Oh, hey, I didn't know I don't know how I got up here, but anyway, hi everybody. How's it going? Listen, you know I've been saying this for years. It's all about excuses. And I don't care what happened, I'm over 50, so over 50 years ago. What have they done in the last 20 years? Let's just take the last 20 years when we've had access to everything. FAFSA, loans, programs, vocational programs. Some of the schools offer vocational programs. They had, up until last year, we had Job Corps. What have they done in the last 20 years? So I don't care. Let's go with it. Yeah, it's true. Grandma kicked granddad out the house for a welfare check. Okay, let's go with that. What does that have to do with you, Black man? How does that impact you when you had, since you were 18 years old, autonomy over your own life? And even if you didn't know, you've had a computer in the palm of your hands the entire time with Google, and you can look up just about anything. You don't even have to go to the library. I grew up with the whole stacks of encyclopedias. You had to go through the card catalog to find the right book and go through the right encyclopedia to find the right information. You've had all of this shit at the palm of your hands for over a decade. Go to hell. I never fell for that shit. I'll never fall for it. I've never been one to accept excuses, and all it's been is excuses the entire time. But I land.
So I know a few people were asking, what video did we watch? What video did we watch? Here's your moment to go ahead and screenshot it so you know what to look up on YouTube. It is on YouTube. It's What a Man's Worth, 1966. All right, so go ahead and take your screenshot if you're going to need to look it up. I put it up there so that you can see the title and find it. Rita, let me know when we're ready to do the next one. When you have the next one for us to go down the rabbit hole on. I do think it's really important that we have these conversations. I love the crash out lives, y'all. It'd be fun as shit. And making them crash out to music has been my delight this week. Okay, making them crash out to music has been my delight this week. But I do think it's also really important that we bring these educational lives, these reaffirming lives, that remind us that, listen, look, Sunny is laughing. This shit is hilarious. Like, the crash out to music has been out of control. But yes, a hysterical pleasure. But I think that these type of lives are also really, really, really important. So that we can stop allowing them to make us feel like if we had anything the fuck to do with it when we did not. And that was that. All right, y'all. We're gonna do a round of last thoughts. We're gonna do a little music, and we're gonna head on over to, I believe, Navi. Let me see who else is live. Y'all know I like to do a little Navi. Okay, of all the people that I'm close to, that's the person that I see live. So yeah, we'll yellow raid at Navi's house. All right, Ebony, any closing thoughts you want to go for?
Yes. I just want to say this because the YN dude that was just on here kind of made me glitch. And another thing I want to bring up is reflecting back on that woman before it ended who was in tears. The real nigga trap is the trap that was set by their great-great-grandfathers in believing that this lifestyle was ever going to work out for them. To sit there and say that a woman wanted to kick a black man out the house in those days and times is ridiculous. Because first of all, back then she couldn't even own a bank account in her name. So a lot of the things she needed to do as a mother needed a man in the house. If anybody understands how the welfare system works, the welfare never pays a single mother enough money to take care of all the bills, the rent, the lights, the gas, the water, the phone, food, even the food stamps come up short. So, the misleading that these black men teach each other about the idea of women wanting to choose welfare over having a man in the house is so farce. And I appreciate people like Miss Rita and Miss Momo because I sense that they're older women like me. I'm 45 years old. I was born in the 80s. You never had enough money to take care of any of these kids on welfare. Not ever. And I grew up in the projects. You always had to do something on the side to make up for the loss. So to say that we didn't want no black men in the house to help us take care of these kids is the most grandiose, narcissistic idea for a man to ever use to be lazy, lethargic, and pathetic. And that's all I have to say.
Well, thank you. All right. Hypervillain, what you got for us, babes?
Right now, I'm currently working on a manifesto that's going to be titled Nigga Traps and How to Avoid Them. Yeah.
I was supposed to do like red flags or whatever this week, and I got so caught up with everything else that I never got around to it. Make sure you share. Let me know ahead of time, like when you plan on going live with it, and I would love to come.
Okay. Thank you for having this discussion. I really appreciate it.
Oh, no problem. Thank you. All right. I'm leaving Rita for last on purpose. Cha-Cha, what's your thoughts, honey?
Yeah, I absolutely love the fact that it's the ninja traps, and I can just imagine like those big bear clamps, with the big teeth. So that's really tickled my imagination. And it still leaves me with that kind of a sadness and heartbreak for the women that went through what they went through. And it gives me joy knowing that women, black women especially, are so much more educated, that they are choosing themselves first. And these ninja traps are continuing to stay in their ninja traps where they belong. They haven't evolved in 50 years, and it's sad. I'll land there. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. All right, Momo, any closing thoughts?
Not really. Just yeah, we were never to fall for that shit. I never fell for it to begin with because I know we all get the same 24 hours in the day.
Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, Momo. That was my fault. I was accepting and I deleted at the same time. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's okay. And I know she's probably not going to come right back up anyway. All right, let me go. Miramel, Groove Parlor, and then Rita. I'm so sorry, Momo. I love you. All right, go ahead, Miramel.
Okay. Closing thoughts. I have two. One, there are two types of people in this world. There are women who grew up seeing their mothers, grandmothers exist financially off of purely what a man would give them and give them access to. And they told us growing up, get an education. Do not depend on a man, because at any time he can pull the rug from under you and you'll be left with nothing. And then you have niggas who will say, yeah, the grandmamas put the granddaddies out the house for a welfare check and never grew up to get their own houses. Still getting put out of somebody's house today. That's one thought. The second thought is I'd like to bring a motion to the floor to add farcissistic and nigga traps to the lexicon. Can I get a second?
That's a second from me. We need hands raised in the comments. We need approvals on the panel. We'll be adding nigga trap. Let me go ahead and grab the book. We do need what say you, aye or nay, Rita, to adding nigga trap to the lexicon?
Aye.
What say you, Groove Parlor, on adding nigga traps to the lexicon?
Aye.
Okay. And I also will be giving an aye. I see plenty of hands up and thumbs up. So nigga trap. And then I'm presuming for it is going to be like a so when we're using this, is it going to be specifically from the government? Because I think that it should be, right?
I think it is. I think it has to be systemic.
Okay, so this is a systemic
ploy
from the government
to trap niggas
in poverty and
illiteracy.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Yeah, I think we can call it. That has been added in. I also added in fallacy without a vote. So let's go ahead and vote on it and make it official. Can we get votes in adding fallacy, which is with the fallacy with the PH, lies told from man delusion, as a fallacy. Rita, what say you?
Aye.
Groove, what say you?
Aye.
Miramel, what say you?
Aye.
And then I'm looking to the comments for fallacy added to. Thank you. I see them going in the comments. Thank you. All right, Miramel, go ahead and continue. Thank you for that business that needed to be handled. So the two of them are officially in the lexicon book now.
Beautiful. That is all that I had. Thank you again for this conversation. I love us. I really love us. And y'all, we're almost at the end. Y'all is getting ready to wrap up. Let's get up to 200,000. We're so close. We're at 192. Tap it up.
Oh, yeah. We're almost there. Okay. Thank you. All right, Groove Parlor, reactions?
This was amazing. And that you found something so specific to debunk this whole we did not kick them out of the house. We didn't. They chose not to take advantage of the corrective
programs that were proposed in that time period. Okay. And I speak with Rita and other scholars in here that we have discussed this topic. We've researched this topic. I've done it from the business end, specifically looking at the Green Book and how so many of those businesses are no longer there. That is not Black women's fault. I think we traded integration for we traded self-sufficiency for integration. That's the topic for another, live, of course. I want to propose that. But I also want to thank you for recommending Ann Petry, The Street. I have not read it yet, but many people in, this kind of field of research has. I urge women not only in your Discord, but in their own friend circles, families, and so forth. Please share this with your family members, the women in your family. This has to be exposed, and watch this discussion that'll be posted on Yellow Chick's YouTube. I think this will be really important in debunking myths, because this whole thing about we kicked them out of the home, that's in the public discourse, and that needs to be countered and exposed. And I think this live today, paired with the reading that Yellow Chick, Rita, and her colleagues have told us about Ann Petry, The Street, that can change the narrative, because we need to put this in the public discourse that this was not our fault. This was not our fault at all. And look out for yourselves. I want to thank all the international people who are in here, because you know what, as Black American women, we are leading the way, and we can really change the narrative for all the women in the diaspora. Okay. But specifically African American women, please read The Street. Please read The Street, because that is an accurate portrayal of what was going on at that time. Okay. And rewatch this documentary, excuse me, not the documentary, but the whole live, just to see how the grandsons refuse to hold their grandfathers accountable. That is what's most sickening to me. And I yield. Thank you so much, Yellow Chick.
Thank you. Would you be okay with me using that term like that, what you just said? Grandsons need to hold their grandpas accountable?
Yes, please.
Because I feel like there's a bunch of research that I can do beyond just today's conversation. I think that by itself is a lot to talk about. Grandsons need to hold. I'm writing that in my book.
Oh, absolutely. And Yellow Chick, and to reiterate what you've talked about here, what your colleagues, Rita, have constantly talked about, is that the daughters and granddaughters and grandmothers got together, like Momo or something. She just said that our grandmother said, look, don't rely on a guy. Okay, go to school, get your education, start a business, have investments. Okay, so our grandmothers said, hey, don't make the mistakes. Take advantage of the new rights that you have with owning a bank account, owning a home in your name, and everything. Because remember, you couldn't have a bank account until 1974. Look it up, people. It's been discussed here before. Okay, but do not make the same mistakes that we did. Delay marriage if you can. Delay children. You don't have to have children, actually, if you don't want to. But I mean, the grandmothers, daughters, and granddaughters have gotten together, spoken, and have taken action. That's why we have Black women's home ownership at an all-time high. That's why we have Black education amongst Black women at an all-time high, is because intergenerational discussion and healing. And I'm not saying that we're perfect, okay? Because I have family members and friends that work with children, and a lot of the younger girls have a lot to say, but it's okay. I'm sure that healing will take place because it's taken place before. But the grandsons not holding their fathers and grandfathers accountable is absolutely disgusting. So thank you for putting that in your book. I yield, and I'm looking forward to the replay of this stream on your channel. Thank you.
It should be up within the next hour to 2 hours max, because I don't even need to do any editing on it. Sometimes, like when we do sub-only live or some other things, or there's like somebody shares something that's really personal, I end up having to do some editing. But there's no editing needed on this live, so I'm going to post it as it is. All right. Hello, Alexander.
Hi, how are you guys?
Very good.
So I just listening to you guys, I've came to a couple questions and I just want to see what you guys think about it. So first and foremost, I don't know how many of you guys have children and come from a nucleus family with a man in the house and all that. But as you guys see these problems and you guys grown to have your own children, have you progressed to fix
So
the
this is
issues?
not the Q&A portion. This is the closing shit down portion. As you can see, I'm dropping people as they talk, right?
Okay,
So
gotcha.
this is not a Q&A portion of the live. Now, if there is something that you would like to say, you are most welcome to do so.
Well, yeah, no, and so that's the whole thing is like, if the issues there and we blatantly understand the issues, and you know, women are facing more issues of being single parents, and or vice versa,
Our
men
issue
on
is not
behalf.
being single parents. That's not our issue.
Well, I know, but the more women are raising sons in the whole nature of things.
So let me tell you
With
what.
our
This
previous,
is you sound to me like a YT man. Are you in fact a YT man?
no,
Your vocal
I'm
cords sound YT.
oh, well, I just have a bad speech impediment since growing up. But no, I'm mixed. I'm actually Hispanic and black. My dad's black. My mom's Hispanic.
Háblame en español.
Like, what do you mean?
You said your mom is Hispanic. You don't speak Spanish? Háblame en español.
No, I don't speak Spanish.
¿Por
'Cause
qué?
growing up,
¿Por qué no puedes hablar español?
well, the reason I don't speak Spanish is because growing up
It's
on
because
my
you're not
Hispanic side,
Spanish. You're not Hispanic. You're a
I
white
am.
boy.
No, I can send you a picture of myself if you want to see me.
Turn the camera on.
No. Turn the camera on? Okay, how do I turn the camera on? Live
¿Por qué
settings?
no puedes hablar español?
Modify. Oh, okay, gotcha. Okay, I'm locked. There we go, right? Save. And then, yes, you're connected. How do I give permission? Like, it's not letting me.
Oh, you don't have enough followers.
I don't have enough followers? Oh, but.
That's enough. Rita, let's close it out.
Yeah. So that video will forever answer the question, is marriage an outcome or is marriage a solution? And we now know for damn well it ain't no solution.
That's for sure.
One of the last lives that I hosted, we read that marriage makes Black women sick. And I think we just saw how. And for this boy that didn't come out of a Black woman to bring his ass up here and ask us if we had two parents in our household and what's the solution, go ask your nigga daddy.
Woo!
Go ask your black ass daddy. Go ask your black daddy and your brown mom. Don't you bring your ass in a room full of Black women and ask us the solution. Go ask that nigga who skeeted in that woman. Don't ask us nothing. The solution for the last 100 years has been Black mommunes. It has been Black women coming together to form networks to take care of everybody, including niggas that didn't deserve it. And then those niggas crash out when you say we're a matriarchy. Those niggas crash out and lie about having their daddy last name when we say we're a matriarchy. Marriage is the nigga trap for Black women. And I'm so glad more and more of us are just completely opting out of it. Just completely left it alone. I get upset every time I see that woman at the end of that video. Because you're telling Black women, get married before your brain fully develops, so you can end up like her. So you can end up like her, being told you don't deserve better because you're overweight. But you're overweight because you're stressed. You're overweight because cortisol gave you a spare tire. That's what they want for us. When they say your degrees don't mean anything, they want you to be that lady. Because you're not living like that with a degree. You're not flushing your toilet with a bucket with a degree. You're not living in a house where one day the roof just randomly falls in with a degree. And you don't have to rely on an unreliable ass nigga with a degree.
Did you speak to Fo? Did you speak to
Hey,
Fo?
Fo.
Not just now, right now. I mean, like after
Oh,
last night and the data that she's been collecting regarding marriage and children and the different races and the breakdowns and this. Did you speak to her yet?
not yet.
Hunty. Well, okay, first of all, it's all stuff that I think we already presumed and knew, but there's so much that we were breaking down last night. Let me tell you something. Black women finding each other is the worst thing that ever happened to niggas. It's literally the worst thing that happened to everybody. Because we finding all of, was it Pink or was it Fo? Oh, I'm so sorry. It was Pink.
Oh, yeah, I read Pink. I read Pink's last night.
Yes. It was Pink. I think Fo was in the room, right? Fo was in the room with us. Is that what happened? And I was thinking about Fo
Probably.
instead of Pink. Yes, it was Pink. Sorry, Pink. Thank you for yes, Fo was there. Okay, so that's what happened. Listen. Yeah, she says yeah, she was there. Okay. More expose to come. And I think I like having this conversation underneath the banner of exposed. I think I like having these conversations underneath the banner of exposed because it literally is a lot of lies and propaganda and bullshit that has been concocted, thrown into the blender, spun up, and re-put out into something completely the fuck different so that Black women can look like if they are the one that is at fault for shit that didn't have shit to do with us. We just happen to be there with bystanders, right? We are absolutely Martin Lawrence and Eddie Murphy at the beginning of life, who was minding their business in their own bullshit that had nothing to do with nothing, and walked into a man that had already been stabbed up, and then gets his blood all over us, and they're like, "Look, they did it. The Black woman did it. The Black woman did it." No, we exposing they shit. Thank you, Groove. You like it too, right? Exposed as the banner. Yeah, I like that. I like exposed as the banner. I'm sorry, Rita. I'm cutting you on your whole thing off. Go ahead, and then when you're done, we're going to play Mia Mia on our way out, and that's that.
Oh, I was pretty much done.
Okay.
Oh, the dudes. How did that dude crash out and block you for playing a video about Black men made by a Black man? How is that your fault? How did that video make Black men mad? We didn't make that video, and we're not the Black men in that video. So why should we be ashamed of ourselves? Is he mad because you dropped him because he wasn't going to let us watch in peace?
Maybe that's what it was, because he absolutely wasn't going to let us watch in peace. So I was like, nah, you're going to have to go. We grown-ups today. Come back tomorrow. And I said, come back tomorrow, because sometimes it be bullshit in here. You know what I mean? Like, let's be honest. I'm not lying. You know what I mean? Sometimes it's real immature and bullshittery. And you are more than welcome to come up on a stage on a bullshit day. That's fine. But when the grown-ups are talking, when we're having class, when we're learning, I'm not going to let you throw spitballs from the back of the classroom. I'm not. But when we're having gym class or we're outside, you know what I mean? That's fine. It's fine. You could come. You could come to gym class. You could be outside on the playground when we're outside on the playground. But we in class today. What do you want? I'm sending you to principal office. Anyhow, Rita, have you heard the song Mia Mia yet?
Not yet.
Okay, so let me give you a little bit of history on Mia Mia. So I made a Pick Me song, which you may or may not have heard. The Pick Me song is horrible, okay? Pick Me song opens up with the lady talking, you know, like back in the day when they used to talk at the beginning of the record. So the Pick Me song begins with the lady talking at the beginning of the record. And she's like, you're not gonna come in here and just destroy my life. I waited 12 years for that man. I got on a bus and carried our child to see him, and we're a family, right? It starts out like that. It's very pick me, very, very pick me. But it's a disco beat, so it's a really fun song once you get past it. And Hey To, daughter overheard the Pick Me song and fell in love with the Pick Me song and wanted to dance through the house singing the Pick Me song. And I was like, absolutely the fuck not. I'm not being responsible for this, okay? I'm not being responsible for this. I will write a song for your daughter for her to dance to outside of this, right? Because I actually then felt very guilty that I added to the world such a horrible song with such a nice beat that makes people want to dance and sing to it. And I felt really guilty. So I told her I will write a song for your daughter. So her daughter's name is Mia. And so I wrote a song for Mia, and Mia is 9 years old. Mia likes to color and draw and things like that. And she's actually does jujitsu as well. So this is the song that was written for her. And I feel like also could be written for any young Black girl. And it's a song for Black girls to have that we never had as Black girls, because all of the songs that we had to dance to were pick-me songs. There was never a song about us as little girls. So I wanted to make a song for little girls to dance to. So here it comes. Please do hang out and then let me know what you think about it.
first. Mia, Mia, you can be anything. Yes, you can. Mia, Mia, let your spirit sing. Mia has that black girl magic, nothing holds her down. You can wear your crown, wear it proud. Mia, Mia, shine fierce and bright. Shine, shine. Mia, the world's yours tonight. The world is yours. Mia has that black girl magic. Yeah, she does. Yes, you can be anything. Anything.
So what you think, Rita?
I love it. I can see my grandbaby dancing to that.
So I did put it out for it to be released on iTunes. Probably takes a week. And I put it out 2 days ago, so probably early next week or so. And hopefully we'll put it out. I think it's an important conversation for young girls to have music to dance to that's not about centering their world around a man. And if I can trailblaze it or be a part of it or whatever it is, I think that would be amazing. And I think it'll be nice for us to start making that consideration, because a lot of these like quote unquote pop songs, it is little girls that are dancing to it, like little girls that are singing it, 10-year-olds, 11-year-olds, right? So I think it's really important for us to make a space for them, and maybe even music that is age appropriate too, right? So with that, I'm gonna hit the exit button. The Hypervillain, the artist is me. When you look for it, it's gonna say Yellow Chick as the artist, because it was written by me but produced by AI, and sung by AI. So AI sang it. I wrote the song, and then AI did the rest of it. So anyway, over to Navi's Yellow Raid when we get over there, and I'll see y'all in like 2 seconds. I'm about to put it up on my phone, and I'll see you guys over there. All right, Yellow Raid at Navi's. Bye, everyone.
See y'all.